Exactly.
I was with Floyd Mayweather. When I met him, I couldn't believe it. Floyd was like, hey, what's up, man? This my fiance, this my girl. They was both standing right there. That's what paper do, boy. You got that paper, people fall in line.
I don't care if it's...
Now, it's a shame that people fall in line because of the paper, but this is a fact. If you got that paper, you can bring your whole family to the barbecue. Not the family you hide. I'm talking about if you got that bread, you can bring everybody to the barbecue and demand they act like they got some goddamn sense. That's my boy about her. That's my boy about him.
I would have been swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Have you gone through a time of swallowing where everything was overwhelming and you were at your wit's end? That is my point of view.
Man. Let's get a sound check going on. Hey, y'all. Yo. Low key, this is the I wanted to call this the I Told You So podcast or the I Told You So episode, but that would be very selfish. I want to say we told you so because obviously, you know, the people in this space, everything that has happened this week, we have foretold of this. Down to Tory Lanez being exonerated by the court of public opinion, which is rare, especially for a black man, right? But it's actually it's more probable when a Caucasian bitch is not involved, right? But Tory Lanez being exonerated by the court of public opinion, when the bodyguard came through and basically admitted what people like me, people like many others have been saying all along. I've been saying this since 2022. I was like, there's no other person outside of Kelsey. I mean, who else could have pulled the trigger? I'm talking about with intentions to put some damage on somebody than Kelsey. She had the biggest motive out of everybody, but for some reason she got away with it. And then on top of that, I said this in my videos. I said she asked for I pulled off a ninja stuff. She asked for immunity for a reason. I said this in 2022. Oh, by the way, since this is the We Told You So episode, and we will cover some Diddy stuff, but like I said, with the Diddy stuff, we'll get into the why what I already told people was going to happen, particularly with Cassie. I told people, first of all, I already told people what was going to happen to Diddy in 2022, and how once his subscription expires, he's going to be put in a situation where he's going to be in court. So that's already number one. And then number two, when it comes to Cassie Ventura, I already told you guys this week what was going to happen with Cassie. They were going to try to really portray her like a victim, right? They're going to really try. I'm talking about they're going to try their hardest, so much so it's going to be laughable. I told you this week before she even took the stand, because also another thing people don't understand, it's a federal, this is a subpoena situation. So she had to take the stand. She was going to have to take the stand regardless. So because she already had to take the stand, this already kind of proves that what I've been what I've suspected all along. Cassie is being used by the government, aka she is a very expensive snitch. She's being used as a very expensive snitch because I'm pretty sure maybe Diddy, he had some freak off tapes. People from the government are probably implicated in that, so this is why there are people connected to Diddy that were connected to politics that were compromised. This is why the feds got involved with Diddy. This is why most people think it's going to be a slam shut case because the feds are involved, right? But it's going to be interesting what happens with that case. But like I said, I already knew that was going to happen to him. And then the meat of the show, it will probably be centered around DDG and Halley Bailey, particularly because people told DDG what was going to happen if he didn't go to court. And DDG was so adamant, man. You know how ninjas be. Oh, I don't want to go to court, man. I don't want to, black fathers up and all this stuff. Bro, we told you, go to court. Now she filing fake accusations on you, But anyways, let me show you my old videos. This is really what the show's all about. I'm going to show you literally all of my old videos from like 2022. I'm talking about the end of 2022. And yes, I'm going to be showing my face. Yes, I'm going to be showing my face, but I just want to show you something. I just want to show you that this is I'm not making this stuff up. Right? We going to do something interesting here. I'm just going to search up Tory Lanez on my channel. Just going to search up Tory Lanez. And I'm just going to see what pops up. And I'm just going to play all the videos. Well, all the shortest videos that I can find when I was talking about Tory Lanez. So right here. So I searched up Tory Lanez on my channel. Right. So we got my first video, my first shorts when it was talking about Tory Lanez, when I initially talked about it, when I was like, I think these people got to stay off drugs. And then once I found out the real information, the real story, then I was like, oh, I understand what's going on. So right here, this is my first raw reaction to Tory Lanez being that situation being a trial. You know what I take from this whole Megan Thee Stallion, Tory Lanez, Kardashian, whatever nonsense? Y'all gotta leave that dope alone. You need to leave that dope alone. Okay, this was me in, let me see, December 14th, 2022. Show you the next video that I had, the shorts that I had with Tory Lanez. I think this was, this was when when he got found guilty. Let's see, which one should I? No, not the bodyguard one. No, not that one. Oh yeah, these two specific videos right here. So this is a classic video of me. This is a class. You can look, you see how serious my face is. This is when I found out the information, right? So this is from December 22, 2022, right? And I want you to listen to what I had to say on that day. I'm going to put it up to 1.5 speed because I already know I was slow talking in these videos. Yeah, that's the new intro. That's the new intro. Every time we come in, we're going to open it up like it's prime 2002 through 2006 Brazil. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Now, in regards to Megan Thee Stallion and the Tory Lanez case, I'm going to expand on my opinion on that. I had dropped a couple of shorts, just giving a little, bits and pieces of it. And there was a lot of people in my comments asking what happened, what happened. I'm just going to say this. Okay, remember, this is not me right now. This is not me right now. Peep the crispy hairline, though. I'm not going to explain in depth about the case because I'm pretty sure you guys know about the case. I guess you didn't know where I was coming from, but I'll just give you my opinion. What I think happened. I believe Meg Thee Stallion got shot, but not by Tory, but by Kelsey. Okay, you heard it here, right here. Remember, this is from December 22, 2022. I said this already. Meg Thee Stallion got shot, but not by Tory, but by Kelsey. Okay, and if you want to see the full video of me explaining the intricacies of why I think so, I'm gonna just sum it up like this. And I refer to this in all these old videos when I talk about Megan Thee Stallion. I kept telling people, even when he got found guilty, I kept telling people, look, Kelsey used to bring all these ninjas around. No, sorry. Meg Thee Stallion would bring ninjas around Kelsey. Kelsey would like the dude. Meg Thee Stallion would find out she liked the dudes, and Meg Thee Stallion would sleep with the dudes that Kelsey liked. And Tory Lanez was the last straw for Kelsey. This is why I believe Kelsey had the most motive out of all of them. And really, when you look at that situation that night, right? They were coming from Kylie Jenner's pool party. So you already know alcohol was involved, drugs was involved. Tory was smacking both Meg Thee Stallion and Kelsey at the time. Meg was already mad at Tory, I bet you, because Tory was probably trying to flirt with Kylie at the pool. Kelsey was mad at both of them off rip. Who had the most motive? Kelsey. Easily. It was not even close. It's not even a debate, but, you know, the jury decided what they decided, even though there was no DNA evidence even tying to Tory. But then I found out about the affidavit situation in 2023, and then I did a video on that. If I can bring that up, I did a video on that. The one where Tory Lanez's bodyguard claims Kelsey Harris had the gun. Right? Let's read the up. And I showed you the paperwork for that. And that was what? Yeah, this was 2023. Somewhere in 2023. Yeah, December 13th, 2023. And then I think 5 months later after that, for some reason, the affidavit got revealed to the public again. It went viral again. I'm not sure why, but then people started catching on. You know, the normies tend to be very late with these things. Okay, so like I said, I'm just covering all my tracks. This is not me, you know, playing you know, Monday, what's it? Monday quarterback, Monday armchair Monday morning quarterback. I'm not doing that. I've been very consistent on this. Okay. Yeah. So I think I covered all my bases with the Meg Thee Stallion Tory Lanez case. I have nothing much more to say about that. So right here, Pyro says men should stop dating in America. It's just a waste of time. Pyro says even 304s you buying off, they can't even keep their word. Well, this is also why, you know, people will say, yo, stop. Why are you sticking up for these celebrities and these athletes? Well, because a lot of these situations, especially now, particularly with like the Deshaun Watson case, the Cassie case to a lesser extent, where bitches could take the money from you and they could still end up testifying against you or saying you did something to them. Where you look at the Shannon Sharp situation, even though he didn't technically pay, you know. Or how about this? But I'll just say particularly the Deshaun Watson situation, where it looks like those are just like strings of massage therapists / OnlyFans / prostitutes, right? That's what it looked like to me. And then Deshaun Watson was saying he didn't even sleep with none of them. But, and I'm like I said, he was found not guilty. But in the Deshaun Watson case, it just looked like he paid for him. And then now they're saying they did some. That's what scared me about that case. Right. But this is where we are now, where an escort, OnlyFans broad, a S worker can literally take your money and then say you did something afterwards, and it will actually stick. That used to be the safest route, technically, if you think about it, because you're literally paying them off. But in 2025, that's not the case no more. That's what scares me. So Pyro the Flame King said, I heard he got shanked. So right here. So that's basically why Tory Lanez is now. Whoa, what did I just do? I think I accidentally exited out of the link. My bad. Let me open up the tab again. So that's why he's going viral again, because he did get shanked, and now people are starting to look into it, and it looks like the bodyguard for Meg Thee Stallion. No, sorry, the bodyguard for Kelsey Harris developed a guilty conscience and decided to come clean and tell everybody what happened. So oh man. And basically repeat everything that I've been saying for the past 2 years almost now. Almost more than 2. It's been more than 2 years. Yeah, time goes by, bro. It's been more than 2 years. This is crazy. So yeah, I've been saying this for almost 2.5 years now. Man, time goes by. Wow, time be flying. So this is why, now everything is coming back up. Now you got, people on Tory Lanez team now having these press conferences. The people that he was working to clear his name, see if he can get pardoned, see if they can bring the case to the Supreme Court, because it's clear now to even the normies. I'm talking about even the normies are saying, "Oh, this was Tory Lanez is completely innocent," right? So even the normies are seeing this, and it took Tory Lanez getting damn near shanked to death in prison, which was clearly a hit. I'm not even let's keep it a buck. This was a hit because the shanking happened right after Tory Lanez was on the phone from prison with the YouTuber or somebody on YouTube saying that, yo, I just got new evidence that will clear my name. And then the next day he gets shanked. So this was clearly a hit, most likely from somebody affiliated with Rock Nation. I will not get into more into that. I'm going to say allegedly, because these people are dangerous people. Clearly, well, only to other black people, not to other white artists. That's a whole other story for another day. But right here, let me open up the other article, though. Right? Let's open up the other article. That goes into the shanking. So this is where everything went left, because the news broke on, if I'm not mistaken, Sunday or Monday, right? Okay. Says rapper Tory Lanez was hospitalized after an attack Monday at a California prison where he's serving a 10-year sentence for shooting hip-hop star Megan Thee Stallion in the feet, authorities said. Lanez, whose legal name is Daystar Peterson, was attacked at a housing unit at the California Correctional Institution in Tehachapi at about 7:20 a.m. Pedro Calderon Michel, spokesman for the State Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation, said in an email. Michelle did not specify how Lanez was attacked, but a message posted on the rapper's Instagram account Monday evening said Lanez was stabbed 14 times and both his lungs collapsed. The post said Lanez is breathing on his own. Despite being in pain, he is talking normally, in good spirits, and deeply thankful to God that he is pulling through, the post said, adding Lanez was stabbed in his back, torso, head, and face. I'll say this. They said that he's in stable condition right now, but I really hope to God that, because when people don't understand when it comes to these shankings, like somebody explained it. I on a podcast. I forgot where. It was probably on the Joe Rogan podcast. I saw a clip where they said it's biological warfare when you get shanked, because they're not just shanking you with like a regular knife or some. They're like they're take. People say that they'll spit on the knife, or they'll put AIDS on. They'll smear the knife in AIDS, or they'll put it in poop and stuff. It's like real biological like warfare type. So you're not just getting stabbed by just some random knife. It's a beyond dirty knife. It's like a knife that could really actually kill you with infections. They could put, they could smear AIDS bloods on it. You know what I mean? They smear it in poop, their own feces. This is stuff that you'll even hear, former prisoners, former inmates talk about stuff like this. So hopefully he didn't get no infections. Hopefully he didn't get any diseases. Hopefully, because usually when stuff like that happens, then all of a sudden you find out you got HIV because somebody put a dirty knife into you, right? So hopefully he has a clean bill of health. They said that he's breathing, but they're not telling you about the blood work, because the blood work is probably going to be devastating for him to get, because he got stabbed, 14 times? Pyro says sometime rat poison in the knife be rotting. Exactly. So this is stuff like they don't just like stick it in the feces or whatever poison. They'll like lay it in the feces or the some toxic garbage, or like Pyro said, they'll just keep it in rat poison they'll keep it seeped for days. You know what I mean? They'll keep they have it soaked in there. So it's not just some regular knife. You know what I mean? So these are the things you got to watch out for, especially when you were in prison. They said staff immediately gave Lanez medical aid and called 911, and he was taken to an outside hospital. Michelle said the prisoner's investigative unit and the Kern County District Attorney's Office are investigating, he said. And I'm pretty sure there's people, prison guards on certain people's payrolls. They're probably not even going to look into that, but that's a whole other story for another day. Right? They said the prison is about 100 miles north of Los Angeles in the mountains of the Mojave Desert, and houses about 1,700 medium and maximum security inmates. In December 2022, Lanez was convicted of 3 felonies: assault with a semi-automatic firearm, having a loaded unregistered firearm in a vehicle, and discharging a firearm with gross negligence. Megan, whose legal name is Megan Pete, testified during the trial that in July 2020, after they left a party at Kylie Jenner's Hollywood Hills home, Lanez fired the gun at the back of her feet and shouted for her to dance as she walked away from an SUV in which they had been riding. She had bullet fragments in both feet that had to be surgically removed. It wasn't until months after the incident that she publicly identified Lanez as a person who had fired from the gun. Right. Anywho. He said a judge rejected a motion for a new trial from Lanez's lawyers, who are appealing his conviction. They did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Megan recently alleged that Lanez was harassing her from prison through surrogates. And in January, a judge issued a protective order through 2030, ordering him to stop any such harassment or any other contact. That was big cap. I remember that story. I was like, I refuse to cover that story. Okay, they say the 32-year-old Canadian Lanez began releasing mixtapes in 2009. So they're going to talk about his music. They said the often. So, they said the case created a firestorm in the hip hop community, churning up issues including the reluctance of Black victims to speak to police, gender politics in hip hop, online toxicity, blah, 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 misogyny, the Black women experience. Oh, Lord. Actually, we'll speak on that right after I finish this article. They said, and the ramifications of misogynoir, a particular brand of misogyny Black women experience. What the fuck? What are they talking about? This isn't that the stuff that what's the bitch name? The fat bitch. I don't know. I'm blanking on her name right now. The fat bitch from ATL that I did videos on. I don't know why I'm blanking on her. Cindy, Cindy Noir. Ironically, she was the one that's been pushing that nonsense. Anyways, that fat bitch. I mean, like, I don't even know why she's even a voice in this whole Black feminism type deal. Like, of course she's gonna get played. You know, she's from ATL. She's I'm talking about huge. Like way fatter than I expected. Like I did not expect her to be that fat. That was like when I saw that picture, that video of her on somebody's podcast and I showed y'all the footage, I was like, damn. Like she larger than like aunties, and she's in her, if I'm not mistaken, how old is Cindy Noir? She cannot be no more than like 32. She's got to be like in her late 20s. Let me see. Cindy Noir age. She's not like some super old bitch. It looks like she's either 29 or she's turning 30 this year. That's what I'm looking at this post from Cindy Noir. It looks like she's got to be 30 or like 29. It looks like. Okay? Cuz she said this post is talking about her turning 28 in August 27, 2024. So she's probably turning 29. Yeah, she's turning 29. Loki, look at this tweet by her, by the way. This is hilarious. She said, age 27 felt like a complete dismantling of the faulty foundation I've been building on throughout my 20s. 28 feels like an opportunity to create a new foundation to build the next 7+ years of my life on. 28 has definitely been a reset year. What you mean, the wall? You mean the wall? It's always that same exact, always 27, 28, years old. I feel like I've been building my foundation on faulty ground. I'm resetting myself. That includes my body count as well. That doesn't count anymore. I'm looking for a real man. This bald-headed bitch has caused too much problems, bro. But anywho, back to the article. They say the often dramatic trial was packed with friends and family members of Lanez who felt he was a victim of both the justice system and the powerful people around Megan, who is managed by Jay-Z's Roc Nation. And this is true. This is true. And this is the stuff that Tory Lanez's dad was talking about, which was I kind of found it funny maybe it's because of his short stature. I kind of found it funny, and how he looked. He really looked like Tory Lanez's dad. That's what kind of made it funny. But he was right. Like this was like that verdict. You know, there's powerful forces at play. This is kind of why I don't really. One of the kind of underlying reasons why I don't mess with Jay-Z or that whole Rock Nation clique, because they like to perpetrate that they're like, oh, this is, you know, we black owned and this is a black company and this, but I've been seeing them do more terrorism towards black artists that don't follow them or black athletes that don't rock with them than they do to Caucasian personalities. So I'm not buying that that ish. And like I told you, there are companies, there are entities where if you mess with their clients or if you mess with their how do I say it? Their assets, they'll have you missing. They'll have you unalived and stuff like that. So these are the things that we were talking about, particularly with the Tory Lanez case. Tory Lanez was offered a deal by Rock Nation. He turns it down. He wants to stay independent. Then all of a sudden he gets a case put on him. Coincidence? I don't think so. But we already know this is how the music industry works. This is like the music industry is or particularly the entertainment industry, but the music industry is such a dirty game, right? Such a dirty game. But anyways, let me bring up something from the Tory Lanez situation. So right here, I'm going to show you, this is one of the reasons why Tory Lanez got into the trouble that he got into, right? Let me can't I copy this? I can't. Copy the link. Thank you very much. Holy. You know, let me just download the video. I might just download the video. Oh, I can't. I need Premium X. Never mind. We're just going to have to play the video the old-fashioned way. So right here, when Tory Lanez went independent, he owned his publishing and masters, converted his album into an NFT, sold it to fans for $1 each, made $1 million in 57 seconds with no middleman or record company executive in the music industry. Hated this move. So a lot of people don't remember this happening. When he went independent, he owned his publishing and all this stuff. He converted it into an NFT, made so much money in such little time, and the powers that may be did not like that because there was no Jewish agent taking, you know, their piece of the pie. There was no other middleman taking his piece of the pie. There was no record label taking their piece of the pie. He got all that money, right? And Tory Lanez, and especially I remember, especially during the pandemic, he was doing those lives, those IG lives, making money off those IG lives, streaming his music. Like he was making all of his money. All the money was coming to him. And I'm like, I remember when he was doing that. And mind you, I'm not no like Tory Lanez fan, even though I know a lot of his music. By the way, I remember listening to his mixtapes when I was in high school. And yeah, when I was in high school, you know, showing the music to my cousin and them. But when I saw him do this stuff, I was like, bro, he's gonna get himself into trouble. Because the record music industry, like these are straight gangsters that run these publishing companies, these record labels, these music labels. You, man, like even like with, you know, the R. Kelly situation, right? I know this is kind of a terrible parallel, but I keep telling people the reason why R. Kelly got in trouble It's not because of what he did or what he didn't do. It's because of his catalog. They're after his catalog. They could really care less what you do in your private life. They rather you have a crazy private life so they can use it against you in the future. Really, that's really what it is. But with Tory Lanez case, he went completely independent. And what happens to people like Tory Lanez or particularly Negro male artists, they send girls to him, to people like this, which are plants, right? These people are plants. Or they'll get a girl and then they become plants of the government, or these are plants sent by agents or or you'll have people that run these music labels that will send a specific type of girl to him to find out any dirt on him, to find out where he's hiding his money, if he's hiding any where he's hiding his publishing, his catalog and stuff like that. So these are things that happen. So Tory Lanez doesn't understand that Meg was basically sent to him. Meg was a plant, right? So that's something that Tory Lanez didn't know. Kelsey, including Kelsey Harris, these are people that are used by the machine. And they can some people are knowingly plants, some people are unknowingly plants, right? So Meg Thee Stallion, that's a clear like industry plant if I see one. Not necessarily for Tory Lanez, but just she's a industry plant, just in general. In general, she's an industry plant, right? But she was sent to Tory Lanez. And then lo and behold, you going out with Tory Lanez that's also with Rock Nation. Oh, all of a sudden Rock Nation offers you a deal, but you decline. They're not finna like that. You know, and these are the things that happen. And I will bring up Rock Nation again later on in this show. Once we get into Halle Bailey and DDG. We will get into that later. Let's play this video though. This is one of the reasons why let's have Tory Lanez explain to you his situation. This is when he was free. I think he made this video in 2021 or 2022. I could be wrong, but let me play this video.
$1 for the NFTs, right? I sold these shits to my fans for $1. People came, some people bought 20, some people bought 5, some people bought 60. It doesn't matter how much you bought. It was only $1. You spend $60, you bought 60. I need y'all to understand. One of those copies right now is going for 50,000, 60,000, 60,000. Yo, my nigga, and these are sold. They're sold. Go look at the list right now and see how small the sellers list is getting. Y'all don't understand what the fuck is going on? Y'all don't understand I just cracked the fucking industry? Y'all don't understand I just cracked this shit? I just cracked this whole shit. It's cracked. It's over. I cracked the whole shit. It's over. It's over. No more middleman. All y'all artists out there, fuck your label. Fuck the nigga that's telling you, yo, you gotta wait for this day on Spotify and on this. Fuck that. Nigga, it's over. Y'all gonna get paid. And your fans gonna get paid. And they gonna keep coming to you. Why? Because y'all making money together. This the digital trap house. Welcome, niggas. You're fucking welcome.
Now, this is also the thing, particularly with ninjas. We'll find out the cheat code to life and then we'll brag about it online, which is not I'll give you an example. The Passport Bros. What they're doing is great, but they're doing too much. We put it way too much. It was a great, but a not so great thing at the same time, meaning there were people going overseas for wives for years, but the Passport Bros kind of put it on the map. So the great thing is men a lot of men understand now that there's more options. The bad news is now everybody else knows about it. So now the common places where the Passport Bros used to go to, like Colombia, Brazil, the Dominican Republic, now the hoes over there are raising the price because they see us coming, right? Or since the normies are now knowing about this, they're gonna have different type of reaction to it. So right here, what Tory Lanez has said, really, it's an eye opener for basically any artist in the game that are not privy to this information, right? But the unfortunate part is he put a massive bullseye target on his back. You know what I mean? He put I'm talking about a massive target on his back. Massive. But he just gave us, like, Tory Lanez with the NFT game that he put on. He basically gave artists the cheat code to life. And it wasn't just one music label that's mad, but like all those music labels. Do you know how much money they'll lose if artists started just going their own route? If they went the Nipsey Hussle route, if people don't know about Nipsey Hussle, where he just sold his music just straight on the streets, just he just by himself just sold it. All the money came to him, right? Sold every copy was $100, and then he just sold it. You know, his mixtape from 2013, if I'm not mistaken. But guys like that be showing us the game for free and low-key saving our lives. Unfortunately, it puts a massive bullseye on their back, because there's going to be a lot of music labels, record labels that are going to lose a lot of money for them showing us the game, right? And Tory Lanez, he basically, you know, people want to talk about breaking the matrix. Well, some people think they break the matrix, and then you have actual people that actually do it. And Tory Lanez broke the game, broke the music game, but you know. Oh man, shout out to Pyro the Flame King. He says, what's good? Shout out to Garrett Grant in the chat. You know, shout out to Garrett Grant. But Tory Lanez, he showed this is why Tory Lanez had a bullseye on his back.
We here. You understand why I'm going so crazy? I can't believe I did this shit my fucking self. This may not make sense to niggas like y'all. Some of y'all niggas, it hasn't registered yet. It hasn't got there yet. It hasn't got there. Y'all niggas like, yo, why is he screaming? Come on. Understand. Look into it. Do your research, nigga. This is revolutionary, nigga. This is history in the fucking making. It's niggas right now. I think the lowest copy right now is going for 30,000. The lowest you can sell it for. Imagine a nigga who bought 5. Imagine a nigga who spent $5. Imagine a nigga who really spent $5, my nigga. He can make 500,000 selling them bitches for 100,000 right now, and niggas are buying it, nigga. Have you niggas ever sold an album for 100,000?
Oh man. Now I'm not sure if the NFTs work the same way like they were when they were first doing it, right? But like things like that, those are not for the normies. So whenever if it gets popular for the normies, then they're gonna put a cap on it. Like remember when the normies found a way to make money off the GameStop stocks, and then the powers that be put a stop to it. I was like, oh, come on. But unfortunately, the system is dirty like that. The system is dirty like that. Let me see. I would have sworn I had another Tory Lanez video lobbed up for the game. Let me see. I wanted to show the press conferences that they had, but it's probably not needed. Honestly, it's probably not needed. Right. They're saying over 100,000 people signed a petition in less than a day, urging the California governor to pardon Tory Lanez after new evidence suggested his innocence. Okay. Yeah, and let's get into this part. So right here, it says so Tory Lanez didn't even shoot Meg Thee Stallion, that being Kelsey, and now an innocent black man is in jail in critical condition after getting stabbed 14 times while pro-black people laughed at him almost dying. Facts. This is where I wanted to end it right here. This is where I wanted to end the Tory Lanez talking point. I don't know if you guys remember. I don't know if you guys remember. I think it was probably the beginning of last year. I'm pretty sure it was the beginning of last year. It was probably like January 2024 or like December 2023. I told you I went on like a debate panel with some feminists. I forgot what the topic was, but the topic that they had chose, it triggered me for some reason. Yes. Oh, this was what it was. It was the Jovi Pena topic, the one where Kai Cenat Jovi Pena thing, where that IG model went to Kai Cenat's house and she was saying that she got taken advantage of by one of Kai Cenat's associates, right? And then I remember I talked about going on that debate panel with these so-called pro-black feminists and the stuff that they were saying about black. I remember when, I don't know if people remember, I told you guys about that situation, and that's basically where I gave up on ninjas. I was so discouraged, and I remember talking to them about the Tory Lanez thing. And I told them, I'm like, look, I know the results are what they are, but if you really research the Tory Lanez situation, you'll see that he's innocent. They was sitting there laughing at me. They was making fun of his height. They was talking about, oh, you only sticking up for him because both of y'all short and stuff like this. And I'm like, guys, just look at the evidence, right? And I told them, Tory Lanez is in jail because he's trying to actually protect black women. He tried to protect Kelsey and Megan on the stand by not snitching on them. He's doing what you've been telling ninjas to do, to so-called we need to protect black women. That's what Tory was. That's exactly what Tory Lanez is doing. And now Tory Lanez is about to spend 10 years in jail. He's spending 10 years in prison trying to quote unquote protect black women, and black women have been destroying him on Twitter for these past 2 to 3 years. It's the wildest thing. And I remember saying on this stream, not just to those feminists, but I remember coming on here and saying, bro, so I told people Tory Lanez is the prime example of why you're not supposed to protect black women at all costs. And people got mad at me when I said that. But I was like, this is it. I said specifically, I said Tory Lanez is a classic example of when protecting black women goes wrong. That's exactly what I said. He's the classic case of this is what happens when protecting black women goes wrong. You end up like Tory Lanez. Exactly like Tory Lanez. And lo and behold, and watch this, guys. Let me close this subject with this. With all this new evidence coming out now, even though the evidence has always been there, you know what? I haven't seen one black woman on Twitter that roasted Tory. I didn't see none of them apologize. I didn't see. I'm talking about. I didn't see one tweet say that we were wrong. You know what I've been seeing? You know what I've been seeing from black women on Twitter, or even I'm talking about even other black dudes. You know, I've been seeing from the fence sitters that didn't want to make a decision. You know what they were saying? Oh, Tory Lanez is a dumbass for not saying anything. Bro, I swear on my life, that's what I've been seeing on Twitter. Or on Twitter, or even what the guy, the coffee she Shazad, who didn't want to make because he's one of them fence sitting, you know, RP try to act like he's neutral and stuff, right? That's what I've been seeing from ninjas, from black women. They're saying, "Oh, Tory Lanez is a dumbass for not saying anything. Why didn't he? What?" It's almost like when black men get accused of. Remember when that black man got accused of touching his daughters, and they did the lie detector test, and they found out that was false. And then when they asked the black mom, "Look, yo, why did you spread that rumor about the father's dad?" And the first thing she said, "Why didn't you fight hard enough if this was false?" This is the exact same energy that's happening. So I'm talking about, you're seeing this from like all types of ninjas. Oh man, why do you go down with the ship? The reason why he so I'm like, so basically you're telling me that Tommy Sotomayor and all these ninjas that you hated on were right all along. He was stupid to protect black women. That's what you're telling me. So you're telling me that I was right, AJ was right, Doug MPA was right, Tory Lanez was stupid to protect black women. I'm glad you guys said that. I know you're not gonna give people. I'm not gonna say me, but I know you're not gonna give Tommy Sotomayor an apology. That's never gonna happen, right? I know you're not gonna give you know, the black agnostic speaks. Who else? Any of the black MGTOW creators? You're not gonna get Drex. I know y'all not you gonna give none of these people apologies, but I'm glad that they're technically they're proving us right by the stuff that they're saying, right? So basically they're telling us Tory Lanez was stupid to protect black women because that's what he was trying to do. And instead of apologizing or feeling bad, damn, we destroyed his name. The first thing that they're saying, and including the fence sitters, I'm calling the fence sitters out. Oh, I don't know this for sure. Nigga, take a stand. God damn. I hate these whole ass niggas. Oh, I don't agree with everything he says, but this is what I'm saying. Half these whole ass niggas on the manosphere, I'm gonna start putting people on blast. Half these whole ass niggas on the manosphere done got famous doing this. This is what these dudes, all they do is play Kevin Samuels' whole video. They don't say jack ish in the video. They wait till the end to say something, and you know what they're saying at the end? Man, you know, I don't know if I agree with everything, but you know, things are crazy out here. We got to get together. We got to get black families together. But hey, man, shout out to Kevin Samuels. Thank you for the. I'm like, these hoe ass niggas. Take a stand, bro. Take a stand. Particularly the pro blacks. The pro blacks be having me laughing, bro. Take a stand. O'Shea Duke Jackson, I'm talking to you too. Take a stand, man. It was clear. I'm talking about, like, I don't know what's hard for niggas to take a stand when it came, especially with the Tory Lanez situation. It was not enough niggas that had nuts to be like, nah, he's being like, Tory Lanez is being railroaded. Because they were afraid of being called a misogynist or you're not protecting black women. And I was trying to tell the black feminists in that panel, I'm like, he is, you dumb hogs. I was like, I left that panel so disappointed. Not because of just the Tory Lanez situation, but everything else that they were saying. I was just so disappointed with what they were saying. But I was like, are you guys serious? ain't enough niggas, you know, taking a stand, man. You gotta take a stand on certain things. You gotta be like, look, man, Because I said this, I'm like, nah, man. Look, I know Tory Lanez is found guilty, and I made multiple videos after Tory Lanez was found guilty, and I was like, nah, he's being railroaded. This is some bull. People gotta take a stand, right? But you know, but you know, it's interesting. Now they're trying to say, oh, you know, he's stupid for not snitching. He should have told on Tory. I mean, he should have told on Kelsey and Meg Thee Stallion. I'm like, you think? They say that shit now. And anybody with I'm not gonna say common sense, but the so-called emotional intelligence that hoes like to rank supreme on. Anybody with emotional intelligence could see that Tory was just trying to be a G to Meg and Kelsey because he was sleeping with both of them. So he kind of felt bad. He didn't want to throw him under the bus. He was thinking that they were going to have his back in return, but I guess that was Tory Lanez, RP moment right there. He said, Garrett Grass said, damn, I think I remember that. Oh yeah, when I talked about that feminist panel, and I came back, I was so discouraged, man. I was like, wow. So Garrett Grant said pro-blacks are just as crazy as the white Supreme Pizzas. No, they're worse. So because the new pro-blacks of today, these are not like remember the classic pro-blacks that were actually like not that bad. You know what I mean? Like the ones that kind of ran with like the Nation of Islam and stuff like that. They weren't bad, right? But I'm talking about the stuff that I've heard these, because today's pro-blacks it's just pro-black women. It's not pro-black men. They could literally they want us dead. If if you want to keep it a buck, they want like most of us dead, right? And like the stuff that I've heard these so-called pro-black women said about black men is like stuff that not even the most racist white person that I've came across, they have never said the things that I've heard these so-called pro-black women have said about pro-black men, or sorry, about black men. The stuff that I've heard black women say about black men in these past 5 to 6 years is stuff I would have never even heard. Like even the like this is why Nick Fuentes doesn't even offend me. The stuff that Nick Fuentes has said pales in comparison to the stuff that I've heard black women in that space. Oh, black men pales in comparison. Maybe that's why I don't really take offense to the stuff that Nick Fuentes be saying, because in my opinion, it pales in comparison, and it hurts more. It hurts way more. The stuff Fuentes says, but it hurts more when it's coming from your own, and it's just and it comes from a place of complete disillusionment, disillusionment. Like I'm like, people talk about the white Supreme pizzas or the like I'm not really afraid of, of those people like that. I'm really not, respectfully, right? So Pyro said men need to start distancing themselves from women like this and make sure women put you first, because I have no faith in them right now. Same here. And like I said, because I remember when Tory got stabbed a couple days ago, when he got stabbed, it was black women on Twitter celebrating. They were celebrating it and making jokes. And I was like, are you guys? I'm like, this brother's about to lose his life. But thankfully, Kelsey Harris' bodyguard developed a guilty conscience and came clean. And I knew that was going to happen eventually. I'm like, I'm like, why is it that the only other witnesses we can't find them? It's like they got a gag order put on them. I'm like, what? They got they families or they what? I'm like, do they got their families at gunpoint or something? Does Rock Nation got their families in gunpoint? What's going on? But yeah, that's what that's what I wanted to close that subject with, just to let you know. You're gonna even see a theme of this because I've been seeing it all over. It's literally, it's you know, you're not hearing no black women or black men saying, "Damn, I was wrong. I didn't know this." You're seeing them saying, "Oh, why didn't he say anything? Why didn't he why did he take the fall for Kelsey and Meg?" And I was just like, these people are idiots. It's either they're very idiotic or they really just have it's like, wow. It's just like, wow. So I was like, okay, message received. Don't protect black women. That's technically what I've been saying. I haven't been saying don't protect black women. I just been saying don't put women over your well-being. That's what I've been saying. You know, forget just black women. I'm just saying just don't put women over your well-being, and that includes black women. But but like I said, the stuff what they're saying now, they're basically proving Tommy Sotomayor and these people right. Like that joint is crazy. That joint is crazy. Water God Zero says mental illness is everywhere. Apparently, yeah, it's rife within the pro-black community. These so-called with the black feminists, the gay dudes, the black gay dudes that be having. I'm talking about it'd be black gay dudes talking about what straight men should be going after when it comes to. I'm like, what? I'll be sitting there like the stuff that I be seeing. Look, man, the stuff that I be seeing gay people say now, especially nowadays, particularly when they be talking about black dudes or black men, or trying to talk about somebody's down low, or remember that video I showed you where they said that, oh, like black dudes that go out with white dudes, they're low-key gay. I'm sitting there like, bro, you got these Transformers having their say. I was like, yo, I remember, bro. I'm gonna keep it frank, and I don't care if this gets flagged as hate speech, but I remember back in the day, like I remember seeing. Look, let me just repeat a story that Corey Holcomb said. Okay, I remember Corey Holcomb was talking about how back in the day, like the Transformers were afraid to even come outside. Like I'm talking about, it used to be so bad for these people, the alternative lifestyle people, where if they got caught out in public, all you hear is "get them," and that will be it. And look, I done seen some of these weirdos get their hands put on them, and you know, when you getting beat up, I'm sorry, it's turning dark here, but I don't give a F right now. When you getting beat up, your real voice come out. You know that, right? So it's like, like when you get in, like when you get hit and when you getting kicked, when you get stomped out by the crew with them, your real voice come out. So I've seen circumstances, or you got these certain flameo hotman flameo dudes, with the lisps, whatever, and the with the high pitched voice, but then when they get in their ass beat, I've seen this stuff. You just all you hear is "nigga, please stop." Okay, let me stop. Anyways. Hey man, I done seen some shit like that, and the bravery that they have now is crazy work. It's crazy work. Hell, half of the problems that we have right now is because there's too many so-called straight women taking advice, like dating advice, sex advice from these people. So, you know, they need to stop. they definitely need to stop. Hey man, look. Hey, but I've been look, I'm not saying I'm not immune to it. Like I remember when I was a kid, some black dudes. I was a kindergarten, and these older kids, they tried to jump me. I got stabbed when I was younger, just for being me, not for being nothing else, but just being me. So look, stuff happens, you know. I didn't cry about it though. I took it like a G. Pause. I thought I was winning the fight until the knife came out. They put a real mark on my I don't know, but they got me in my face, right? Once the guy took the knife out on me, they ran like some hoe ass niggas. Went on the bus, went back the next day at school, punched a dude in the face. Mind you, I didn't even tell my parents. They just saw me come home with a mark. I come back, I punched the dude in the face. This whole ass nigga came to the principal's office the next day with his parent, with a black guy. I said, "This is right." So I'm not immune to it. I ain't immune to it. But I remember when I was younger, I remember seeing some of them femboys. I'm talking about in public. They used to get beat up by teenagers, bro. You know what I mean? So they need to stop. They for real need to stop. She said, bro, think he's gonna be A-okay tomorrow. But anyways, let's move on to what we got. Because I wanted to save the Halle Bailey situation for last. Let's talk about the Diddy trial. And let me open up the link for that one. Let me open up the link. Because I really wanted to say what I had to say for the Tory Lanez one first. The Diddy trial, I'm open for everything else. Oh, let me get my share thing on. Let's see. Share. Invite guests. Copy. Let me put this thing on. StreamYard. Put this thing right here. Let me pin the thing. Because yesterday I listened to like one of the court reporters' interpretation of the I listened to the court report, like the interpretation of what happened in court with Cassie's testimony, and I thought it was one of the funniest things I heard in my life. I'm not even gonna hold you. I thought it was one of the funniest things I heard. Respectfully, of course. Let me see. Let me put. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to do two things at once. Whoa, hold on for a sec. Am I still live, guys? Hold on for a sec. Am I still live? I'm trying to open up my own live stream on my phone. What's going on? Oh, okay. I'm still live. All right. I'm about to say, I was like, what in the hell's happening? Okay, let me pin my joint to the top. Pause. Let me pin it. Okay, because people are. I'm talking about. There's people that I respect that are really disappointing me with this Cassie situation. Because I'm not saying Diddy's doesn't deserve what's coming to him, because I consider him a criminal, right? I think whatever he's getting, he deserves it. But when it comes to Cassie, I think Cassie should be getting prosecuted alongside him. She's like, to me, she's definitely not a victim. She's one of to me, she's one of the I call her Cassie Maxwell. That's my nickname for her. Hey, yo, look at this tweet. Look at this tweet by Nuclear Cardio. Oh man, look at this tweet. He says a lot of men grind their whole lives just to get the type of loyalty Cassie gave Diddy. Oh man, even though I think Cassie, she was a plant, like she eventually became a plant, right? Let me add Pyro on.
What's good, man? What's good?
Hey. So have you been following more up with the Diddy situation, like in terms of listening to the trial updates?
I mean, I didn't get to watch it, but Average Man Unplugged talked about it, and he said he was like disgusted with everything. Like, I know it's bad, but oh my God, I didn't know it was that bad.
But like disgusted how? What do you mean disgusted? Like, is he shocked or what's going on?
No, like he did say he already didn't like him, and then this just makes it even worse.
But is he like?
He's talking about he's a PDF and a cock at the same time, also.
Okay, but like, what was his thing about? Well, he thought the pissing part was nasty. That's what it was.
Especially the one that and the rubbing with semen on nipples and stuff, like on other men's nipples.
Okay, you know what? I'll say this. Like that didn't really shock me. You know what I mean? Because Diddy's a freak. Like this is not news. You know, remember when I showed you the video of Diddy when he was at Nori's podcast?
Yeah.
And 50 Cent was making like we know what we already know what type of like Diddy a whole weirdo, right? We've known this for decades now. So maybe it's people trying to act fake, like fake I'm not that disgusted with this stuff. He's just a freak. Diddy's a freak. Like this stuff isn't. I'll say I'll say this because I find this stuff kind of funny because I saw the transcript where they said that for some of these freak offs or for these the pissing contests, literally, right? So what they said is they would literally hire the dudes off of they would find the dudes off of Craigslist. I was like, what? I was laughing so hard when I heard that. I was like, what? These are some dirty people, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, yo. Garrett Grant said, thank God I'm not a jury in the Diddy trial. I would have gone full Uncle Ruckus. Hold on.
Lock that ninja up.
Let's pull that up because a lot of people don't know what he's talking about. You'd be surprised. There's people that don't know about the Boondocks, believe it or not. Hold on for a sec. Because people don't, because really the last Boondocks episode that aired, that was directed by Aaron McGruder. Because remember, the 2010 and the 2014 season, Aaron McGruder wasn't behind those seasons. So we're talking about more than 10 years since the last Aaron McGruder directed Boondocks episode. Way more than 10 years. So we have kids that were born like literally after it got canceled. You know what I mean? Let me see if I can bring up that clip. Guilty. Let me see if that clip pops up. Yeah, right here. Here we go. Right here.
Shooting 3 little white women with a Winchester rifle from about 50 yards away. See, now he thought he was going to get off with that. Go off and deliberate on. Guilty! That nigga is guilty! Sir, settle down. You have to go deliberate. I don't need to deliberate. Hang that nigga now. I got the rope right here.
Yo. Yeah. I'll say this. I honestly don't care if Diddy gets found guilty, innocent, whatever. But the thing that concerns me is these fake trafficking charges that they're trying to put on him. So this is what's kind of bothering me about that is they're trying to put a RICO charge on him, and or like / trafficking, right?
Yeah.
But their proof so far is trying to use the Cassie case. Like they're trying to use Cassie's situation with the male escorts as one of the examples of a possible RICO / trafficking. And basically they're trying to say that Diddy's associates that bought the baby oil from like Walgreens or some part are basically co-conspirators. I'm like, bro, like Diddy's not gonna be the one. Like, what is Diddy gonna look like going to Walgreens? Hey, I got all these condoms and 42 bottles of baby oil right here, and he's gonna look crazy if he does something like that. So
he's gonna make people buy them from different stores, I think.
Yeah, but they're basically saying with them buying these things from CVS and Walmart and these things that it makes them co-conspire. I'm like, so they're gonna say that's trafficking, or what's it, a RICO? Like that's a slippery slope right there.
Yeah.
And on top of that, we've already talked about this where basically they're trying to make it where if you fly a bitch out for for sex, they're basically going to call that trafficking. And they've been trying to do this for such a long time, and I think they're going to use the Diddy case to where they can finally implement that. So now for the future, it's going to be like they're really going to implement that as like if you fly a bitch out, that could be considered trafficking. Now, I already predicted that's probably going to happen in the future anyways, but I don't like how they're going to use the Diddy case to do that.
But even if it did happen, like they turn it into a law, most ninjas aren't gonna really care. Like only women are gonna be mostly affected. So I don't really feel sorry for the women. If you get what I mean.
Yeah. Let me see. I'm gonna have to bring up. Let's go on, because I'm trying to find the video with the woman. Oh, Pyro, you got some stuff going on your background.
Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah. It sounds crazy on the mic. Let me see. If I can find that court reporter talking about Cassie Diddy trial. The summary, if I can find it. because it was a black woman that was talking about the whole the Cassie taking the stand.
Mogul Sean Diddy Combs. Today, the prosecution.
I gotta find that court reporter where she was talking about it, and she was trying to she summarized it up. And I don't know, people are so caught up in the urine part, and I don't know why. Maybe it's because because a lot of people women are always gonna act coy, but maybe it's just me, but I've seen I know I'm not going to use my anecdotal experience, but I've already seen plenty of videos, particularly white women, when you'll have like dudes on the street, man, what is the craziest sexual escapade that you've ever done? And it was a whole lot of like white teenager, like I'm talking about white teenagers talking about they let a dude piss in their mouth. I'm talking about countless
golden showers.
Yeah, and then on top of that, you talk about you hear of what's her name? Young Miami. She said she liked that. And and she was saying that right when she was with Diddy. So there's no coincidences. So I think people are trying to act shocked, but this isn't really shocking because I'm oh yeah, Pyro. I'm hearing an echo.
Yeah.
You got headphones you can use, or you straight?
Yes, because I'm in the bathroom. Sorry about that. I'm gonna mute my mic for a minute.
Yeah, you might have to. But it's crazy that the way people are acting shocked about. Oh my God, he had male escorts peeing in her mouth. Well, the crazy part is, you know, the Craigslist thing. That's crazy. I'm not even going. That's crazy work. That's crazy work. But I'll say this, particularly, I'll say today's women, they be asking for some freaky stuff that even I am very uncomfortable with. Maybe it's just me. I still like, the old fashioned way, but I'm talking about today's hoes. They be asking for some freaky stuff. So maybe that's why I'm not.
Yeah, they take it too far, and it immediately like makes me go dead. Like I can't do that.
It's not even like it's just I don't want to do that. Or we'll talk about, when people were talking about Shannon Sharp and the choking stuff. I'm like, well, I'm not, well, in my case, it's not most. Every single woman that I've been with, they have asked to be choked. And I've said no every single time, only because it's just, I don't feel comfortable doing that, because I always have this weird thing where I'm like, what if I do this too hard and then she get hurt or something like that? And maybe that's me being a simp, but I don't really feel like choking bitches when I'm having sex. And I guess that makes me a terrible, but women are so smutted out, they're so porn addicted, they won't admit it, that they can't get off without this kind of stuff happening to them. You know what I mean?
It's very low level masochistic, in my opinion.
Yeah, but this is what women like. This is what they like. So that's a thing that people don't really understand now. Obviously, certain things get done in the heat of the moment, and I can't act like, oh, I ain't never done this to a broad, or I ain't never, I ain't never put no hands around her. But I've never been like, man, I'm finna, it's just, I'm good with the regular stuff. I'm fine with it, but but I'll say this, especially now, I definitely don't want to do it now. I definitely don't want to do it now, because where now you have situations where you'll have a boy and a girl date together. Sorry, a man and a woman that's together, and women will get choked during sex, whatever, and then they will take pictures of themselves, right? And then once they break up, they'll talk about he abused me, and then they'll show the pictures of the bruises and marks. We've seen countless examples of this. They will do this. You even have women admitting to doing this kind of stuff on Reddit, right? Even in real life, I've seen women admit this stuff on TikTok, taking pictures of themselves after they got choked. So now I'm completely turned off to it. Now I'm completely. So that's on them. But I'll just say this: a lot of women ask for some interesting stuff in the bedroom, some very interesting stuff. Who's I gonna give credit to? This woman. What's her name? Let me bring up her Instagram because she got her Instagram taken away. Oh man, let me bring her up. I call her the black man's dream girl. Hold on. Bink 304 again. She's the black man's dream girl. That's what I call her. The hood ninja / yeah, she's the ninja's dream girl right here. Remember I think I'm putting her people out there too much. I call her the black man's dream girl. Though the very fair skinned or light skinned girl, you don't know if she's Latina, you don't know if she's black, you don't know if she's Albanian. Hell, she could be white all along. You don't even know. But she's only deals with ninjas, and she'll say this out loud, right? But when I was younger, she put me on game via Instagram. Like, I remember being on Instagram and then I saw her posts and I'll be like, what? Spitting in a mouth? What? I used to be like, what is this? But if it wasn't for her posts, I probably wouldn't even have found, like, she was low key. I'm not even going to hold you. She was probably my first taste of the red pill when it comes to sex, when it comes to like what women want, when it comes to sex. She was probably my first glimpse into that because I had no idea. I thought they just, I just thought it was just the regular, just, girls just want to do with a big schlong and, he needs to last 20 minutes and 40 minutes. No. Once I saw her post, I was like, oh, what? I was like, what? I was confused until once women started talking about this in public, I would hear them, and it wouldn't be the first time me hearing that or them asking me to do something, and I wouldn't be shocked, which definitely helped, because when you be looking shocked and stuff, that's where they'd be like, oh, this guy got no experience. So she definitely helped me finesse because there's a lot of things that I didn't know. There was a lot of things I didn't know. So shout out to her. But there's just a lot of dudes out here or a lot of people that are very naive to the stuff that what women will ask for in the bedroom. But the problem with this now is this is being weaponized against men when ish hits the fan. So this is the problem that we have right now. Let me see if I can bring up the court report. I don't know why I can't find Cassie taking the stand. Okay, what Cassie testified. I think this is it. But no, this is not it. But this is probably this is coming from somebody else. But let's watch this. Let's watch this because it's saying what Cassie Ventura testified, and let me see, Cassie testimony.
Yeah.
On Combs. Let's see, 11 disturbing moments in Cassie. Okay, let's watch this. This might be a better case. Let me see. CNN.
The ex-girlfriend of Sean.
CNN. Nah. We'll do this one. We'll probably do this one.
Cassie Ventura, the star witness in the government's case against Sean Diddy Combs, takes the stand and testifies about the freak-offs that are at the center of the case against Combs and the abuse.
You see the artist painting of Diddy with the towel when he knocked when he put his hands on Cassie. That's crazy.
Iconic. It's very iconic.
Yeah, that joint is crazy, man.
She says she suffered at his hands. I go through the most disturbing moments from Cassie Ventura's testimony so far.
Actually, let me not show that part because they go. You know what? Let me pick something else. Let me pick something else because they're gonna flag my thing for violence. I gotta really find. I saw this lady the other day. See, Cassie details freak off parties and emotional testimony. Summary. Damn, they did the whole thing 7 hours and 18 minutes. I don't know if you see that.
Wow.
Damn, they were invested. They were invested. Let me see. Cassie Ventura.
Wait, she's pregnant?
Yep. With her husband's kid, allegedly.
Bro, I heard her, like her husband, like when he hears everything, like he literally walk out the courtroom.
Well, I heard Diddy's family walked out. You know, let me see. We'll do the CBS one. We'll do the CBS one since it's the shortest one. So we'll do this one.
Sean Diddy Combs' federal trial in New York City Tuesday. His ex-girlfriend and singer Cassie Ventura spoke about her 10-year relationship with Combs and the psychological, physical, and sexual abuse she says she endured. Ventura first leveled accusations against Combs in a 2023 lawsuit, which was settled a day later. Dozens of men and women have filed suits against him since 2023. Combs has pleaded not guilty to charges including racketeering and sex trafficking.
Including racketeering and sex trafficking. So yeah, federal sex trafficking and racketeering. Like, I don't understand how you can give one ninja a trafficking charge. I to me, it still boggles my mind. Like they did the same thing to R. Kelly, trafficking. I don't understand how one ninja could get a trafficking charge. That's just wild to me. But that was the precedent that was already set. So now we could just give one person a trafficking charge. And when it comes to like you talking about trafficking, that's one person is definitely not involved. Like it takes like a whole system for that joint to work. Just racketeering. When you talk about a racket, that's definitely not one person, but apparently you can give one ninja a racketeering charge. I don't know how that works, but I've been saying that for like 3 years now. So, that's falling on deaf ears.
Convicted, he faces up to life in prison. CBS News national correspondent.
Yeah, that is true. If he is convicted of these things, he can face up to life in prison. Yes, that is true. Or whatever.
Wait, up to life in prison, like what? Like 80 years or 100?
Well, it doesn't really matter because even if, like, say if he gets 30 to 40 years, that can definitely be life because he's like in his 50s.
Yeah.
He's in his 50s. So, yeah, and especially with his age, he can definitely get life in prison. So he's definitely facing that.
Respondent Jerika Duncan is outside the courthouse, and we do want to warn you, some of the details in this report may be disturbing.
Yeah, that's right. Cassandra Ventura, also known as Cassie, walked in with her head held high and did not make eye contact with Sean Combs. But she did describe a relationship that lasted over 10 years with Combs in which she says he was the one in control. She said that Combs introduced her to this idea of freak-offs, where she claims that Combs would hire an escort and watch her have sex with that male escort while he masturbated. Again, this coming from...
So, like, this stuff... it's freaky, but I don't see a crime yet. Like, but the thing with Diddy,
you mean the cock fetish?
Yeah, like these are fetishes. Like, but in my opinion, when it comes to Diddy, most of his crimes were against men.
Yeah,
like he has more male victims, and the male victims really don't want to speak out because you know how it is with men. But that's really what he's guilty of. But when it comes to Cassie, I think like for me, I don't look at her as a victim. I look at her as an accomplice. So I don't understand. You know,
she's in on it herself.
She should be getting the charges alongside him the same way, you know, somebody with the last name Maxwell was about to with Big J. I can't say these people's name because people have been going missing. Just people been going straight missing. That's the like, man, I remember when that situation happened and Big J was found dead in his cell. And everybody knows that he didn't, but nobody can do anything about it. That, like, I remember even watching a Corey Holcomb show like 2 days later, and he said, "Bro, I ain't even comment." He said, "I'm not gonna comment on that." Corey said, "I ain't comment on that." He said, "When real gangsters start doing something, you can't comment on it." That's exactly what Corey Holcomb said. I was like, facts, because like these, when you talk about real gangsters that could like have you just straight miss and everybody knows who was pretty much like, we already know like this was not an accident, and still we can't do nothing about it. that's wild. That's to me that's wild. But so this kind of, I guess, similar ish. But with Cassie, I don't know, man. Well, because Cassie, she's being used right now. She's an expensive snitch. So she's being used by the government. The government had her in on the deal, you know, because eventually they're like, you know what, let's just use her because you could use her, because she was basically almost Diddy's right hand woman per se. So she has all the insight, she knows where all the dirty secrets are, and then on top of that, we can have her pardoned, and so she will be more willing to work with us, and she's most likely to actually have the information to put Diddy under. It would be easier for her to be that, you know, the double agent to do that. So that's why she's the perfect, you know, person to use as the I guess the snitch. So it's a good move by the government or the powers that may be. It's a good move, but for me, I don't look at Cassie Ventura as a victim. That's just not, especially what they're talking about right now. No, absolutely not.
Cassandra Ventura. She said over time, she was able to book some of those escorts, the freak-offs, as she stated, but she said Combs was the one that was orchestrating every detail, directing her in terms of what to wear, supplying her with drugs, and even told Ventura and the escort exactly what to do. She said that
I'm not hearing no crimes yet so far. So you're talking about he told you what to dress, he told you what to wear, he told you what to book on Craigslist. All right. Anywho,
she enjoyed time with Combs.
Like even like those things that they describe, you know, choosing what to wear, what nails to put on, like that's just him being assertive. Those are not crimes.
Yeah. All she did is say, "Yes, Daddy, I'll do it." How many men you want in there, Puff Daddy?
I gotta find that video though, because it was a lady that it was a lady that was describing how Cassie met Diddy, and it was the funniest thing. I'm like, how's this supposed to persuade the jury? This is terrible. The way they had it described, I was like, there's no way that, like, how's the jury the jury's not gonna buy that, you know? But I wish I could find that video. But anyways,
when the prosecutors asked her if she enjoyed freak-offs, this for her, she says, was about one-on-one time with Combs because he was always surrounded by people. Prosecutors identified 6 escorts, showing pictures to jurors and explaining how travel was booked for them to different cities that included New York, Los Angeles, Vegas, Atlanta, even Turks and Caicos, for the purposes of having freak-offs. At times, I watched as Combs shook his head, sort of in defiance, when Ventura was testifying. The defense has not.
Of course, he was shaking his head. That was his right-hand girl. Imagine you a crime lord, right? And you seeing the person that was your lieutenant spilling the beans on everything. What? I'd be shocked too. Like, I'm pretty sure all the maids and the people that was working with Diddy doing the dirt with Diddy, I bet you're pretty sure they like, Cassie doing what? You know, so that's not really surprising, but anywho,
Not questioned her yet, and prosecutors say that Ventura will take the stand again tomorrow.
Drika Duncan, thank you. For more, let's bring in CBS News legal reporter and attorney Katrina Kaufman, who is also inside the courtroom. Ventura speaking in excruciatingly graphic detail about these freak-offs. Katrina also testified that Combs would knock her over, kick her, drag her, stomp her in the head. What stood out to you about her testimony?
Lindsay, what's striking about what you just mentioned is today we started to get a window into Cassie's side of the story. There's a video that people may have seen. It was aired by CNN years ago. It's become a video at the heart of this case. That's security footage from the Intercontinental Hotel in 2016, where there appears to be Sean Combs assaulting Cassie Ventura. You see him.
Oh yeah, and I'll say this: when it comes to Diddy putting his hands on Cassie, I don't doubt that he was putting his hands on Cassie. I don't doubt that. Like,
yeah,
that,
like for no reason at that.
Yeah, like that I never doubted, because I used to hear that Diddy was putting his hands on Kim Porter. His first, I think Kim Porter was his first wife or his first main girlfriend. I don't remember, or his first baby mother. I don't remember. But I used to hear stories about Diddy putting his hands on Kim Porter, and on top of that, many people believe that Diddy was behind the deletion of Kim Porter. So if he's willing to do that to her, I mean, there's definitely no doubt that he's like, there's no doubt in my mind that Diddy was like, woman, to her in public in front of everybody. I don't doubt that, So
yeah,
hey, is he in prison for domestic violence? I don't see domestic violence as one of the charges. They're trying to say sex trafficking and racketeering, so technically they're not really supposed to bring this stuff up, but this is what happens in court. Because I don't, maybe I'm missing something, but I don't see domestic violence as one of the charges, which they could have got him on, but they're trying to get him on, bigger and better things.
Hitting her, dragging her. Today, towards the end of the day, they played that video in court, and Cassie Ventura sat there rubbing her pregnant belly as she watched and talking about her experience in that video, how she had a big movie premiere that was coming up, and what had happened was they were engaged in a freak-off that she didn't really want to be a part of, and Combs had punched her. She knew she had a black eye. She felt she had to get out of there, so she waited for a moment when he was occupied. She said he may have been on the phone, in the shower, and she ran. He then came after her, dragged her, knocked her down, and she told us, Lindsay, that was something that happened too many times for her to count, that she just knew she had to get out of that situation. So we're really starting to get more of Cassie's side of this story, and a very striking moment in court, too, was that she broke down crying earlier during her testimony. Drika talked about how
Katrina Kaufman, interesting last name there. Do I have the soundbite? Oh no. I guess I don't. Wait, do I have it? Oh yes, I do. All right, never mind. I just wanted to put that out there. They're everywhere. No, that's messed up.
she talked about doing these freak-offs because she wanted one-on-one time with Sean Combs. And this is when she really teared up. She talked about how sometimes she didn't know what side of Combs she was going to get. He would turn angry or violent with her, but she loved him. And this was a way for them to spend time together, even though she expressed to us that it was humiliating for her and something that she was mortified for anyone to ever find out about. So one can only imagine what it must be like for her to testify about it in court. Her husband and her brother sitting there as well.
Yeah, we should mention that in their opening statement yesterday, Combs' attorneys are saying jurors are going to hear things that they may think might be unsavory details about his sex life and preferences, or that he was a jerk, or even guilty of domestic violence. But he said that's not what he's being tried for in terms of the racketeering and sex trafficking. Let's talk about the second witness who first took the stand Monday, came back to the stand today. What more can you tell us?
They said male escort Daniel Phillip takes the stand. But this is the interesting part. Didn't they say that? I saw somewhere they said that the male escort had said that Cassie Ventura was the one that requested to for him to urinate in her mouth. That's what I was seeing in the transcripts, but maybe it's a different male escort that said that, but let's hear from them.
So we heard more from him. He engaged in these sexual encounters with Cassie Ventura and Sean Combs on a number of occasions. Lindsay, he also testified about some violence that he saw, a time when he saw a liquor bottle thrown at Cassie Ventura, another time when he heard screaming in another room. It sounded like she was being hit. So he was there for some of these occurrences. But the prosecution really had a strong ending with his testimony too, because the defense during the cross-examination sprouted a text message that he had sent to Cassie where he said, "I love y'all," referring to her and Combs. And the defense was really trying to show that they had a good relationship. When the prosecution asked if they could just ask him one more question about that, they asked why he'd sent that message. And he said that he had been trying to reach Cassie. He was worried about her, and he sent it because he thought it was a way that he could get her to respond. So he ultimately seemed to be a very strong witness on the stand for the prosecution. The defense honestly seemed to be fumbling a bit when they cross-examined him.
All right, Katrina Kopp.
Okay. Let me see something via Instagram real quick, because I'm pretty sure the Shade Room and all these people they've been covering the case. Let me see. See, Diddy's legal team arrives for day 4 of the trial. Oh Lord. I see something here. I see Serena Williams. I see Snoop Dogg. I see Tory Lanez. I see DDG. What else do I got? Because we'll go into the DDG stuff a little bit in a moment. Yeah. Let me see. Oh Lord.
Per freak off, blood and urine all over the walls, and some of the escorts they hired were allegedly from Craigslist. I'm Justin Carter. We're here in Manhattan. It's the testimony we've all been waiting for. Cassie Ventura, what she had to say upstairs. This is a TSR Investigates special report, Trial Watch.
So right here, Natty 40 says, "I have a serious question, ladies. You still rather cry in a Rolls Royce because the stuff because the stuff these women go through to live this lifestyle, I'm sure most of us is not built for it." Yo, I've heard stories, crazy stories of girls on yachts. Like the stuff, like what happens if they say no to the guy for sex. Like I've heard some crazy stories about that. Yeah. And I think, I saved one of the stories too from a bodyguard. Oh man, I don't know if I can find that one.
Chris, all I have to say is like when you're there to do something, like know what you got to do. Like why you're there.
But they want to always. It's always the plausible. The plausible liability thing.
Yeah.
Oh man. Garrett Grant says she told the agents where all the baby oil was stashed. Facts.
like you can see the like when they pull the door, they can see the wall like full of dildos and baby oil.
Garrett Grant said, of course he had freak offs in Atlanta. Yeah, of course, like Atlanta, that is a God-forsaken city, bro. God-forsaken. Straight up. Even though there's a spot over there. I want to do a concert there so bad. There's a spot that I played at last year. It wasn't really anybody there, but it was an interesting spot. Like what happens? Like there's a lot of spots that used to be like former churches. Like you could tell it used to be a church, but then it turns but the church like ran out of money, so it gets abandoned, and then they turn that place into like a club spot. Those be the most limited spots to have like concerts and stuff like that. There's a place I can't say where it is, but it's in the ghetto of Atlanta, like the ghetto. But it's one of the most interesting spots I've ever played at. So it's in West Side Atlanta. Sketchy spot, very sketchy spot in Atlanta. But I'll say this, being in Atlanta for those few days. No, those couple of days. I think I was only there for one day though. I ain't even gonna hold you. No, I was only there for like, it couldn't have been no more than 48 hours. I was in that city. But we went past some spots. Yeah, we saw some of them people, and we already know the Autobots. We didn't say nothing. We saw some of them, but it is what it is. It is what it is. Let me see. Long live the
That's
king.
like the safe haven. The safe haven for the.
But that was more downtown. That's more downtown Atlanta. We kind of avoided downtown Atlanta, but we still saw some of these people. But it's interesting, like those places, they used to be churches, because it's like so many churches, like just on one block in Atlanta, you're gonna come across like 20 churches. Wow. You know what I mean? Like just like one block. Churches are everywhere in Atlanta. Like church is a hustle in Atlanta. So you see. Long live the king. Real talk. A lot of even conservatives consider this freak stuff as light work in the bedroom. Facts.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That is true.
Don, what's the gay dude's name? Don Lemon. He said that he said that his Grindr app was going off during the conservative convention. Yo, he said that was the most littest my shit has ever been when the conservatives came into town, which is crazy work when you think about that. So, like,
I mean, it would make sense. I've seen a lot of Decepticons and rainbow dudes on the conservative side, like openly.
Yeah, they'll a lot of them masquerading, a lot of closeted men in the conservative space. The conservative space, a lot of that, or in freak offs. Freak offs is not something that's just designated for Diddy. Like churches be having freak offs too. Them little go away camps they be going to. those going to where people staying overnight, people cheating, people doing all types of crazy stuff.
Yeah, like that's like that scene from the boys when all the superheroes were smashing.
Yeah, that stuff is common. That's not just like college or just celebrities. It's these preaching conventions, but it'll be like all dudes. You know what I mean? So this is like freak offs is not no new thing. That's not something that's just reserved for Mr. Sean Combs. That like it's not just him. He ain't the only, like he's not the freak off CEO, right? So it's not just him, but especially I'll say particularly amongst Long Live the King brought up the conservatives. Yeah, I already know when it comes to like the preachers sleeping with their parishioners. They like now, especially nowadays, the preacher is liable to either sleep with the husband or the wife, probably both. Mm-hmm. So it's not even off the how do I say there's nothing like if you found out the preacher got caught with husband. Like I remember I saw something on YouTube where people were telling all their stories about how their preachers got caught with a man, or the preacher got caught with a woman, or the preacher got caught with a transformer. They always be catching these preachers being freaky. I'm talking about being like real freaks. Like somebody, I saw one of the comments that stuck out to me, pause, was they said that they actually caught their senior pastor with a man in a sexual act with the man in his office, and while he was doing the man, he couldn't leave. He was stuck. He was I was like, yeah, that's probably the funniest story I heard, and I knew, like, by the way the story was crafted, I knew that was not made up. I already knew that was not made up. That was crazy. And people were in the comments asking, yo, which church was that? And they were giving all the information. I was like, oh man, that's not good. But yeah, these preachers be getting caught, and it's not like just regular sex. They be always be catching them doing something wild,
extra, like something extra, always over the top,
something like crazy. Like, remember when I showed you guys that video of the preacher that got caught with the transformer, and he ran with the suit over
and he was covering his head and his face with his jacket.
Oh,
you didn't pay for it.
I said, this dumb dude. He said, this dude said, I told you. I'm like, Ninja, you don't pay these people in installments. They need to.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, the escort's not smart in terms of that sounded like a transformer. So the escort wasn't smart enough. You're supposed to ask for the money up front.
First,
so you should have not taken Mr. Preacher's man's word for it. But that must have been a pretty famous preacher, or a very prominent preacher with papers. So he probably expected the preacher man to be able to really cover it, but oh man, it's crazy. That one was very funny. But yeah, these preachers are freaks, straight freaks, man. I don't trust none of them. Let me go back on Shade Room. I don't know if I can find. Man, I wish I could show you guys the like the reporter that said the summary. I was crying laughing. The description that they were basically trying to act like Cassie was like this young kid that didn't know Diddy and was just actuated by. I was like, oh, come on, are you serious? I'm like, are we doing this? I was like, come on, man.
These people, bro. These people are something else. Like, they tried to make her look like very innocent, like she didn't know any better.
Oh, so we got some of the descriptions. So we got. Oh, this is hilarious. Let's read this. This is funny right here. These people are forever the victim.
Always.
They said Cassie testified that her relationship with Combs ran the gamut from good times to arguments and physical altercations. If they were violent arguments, it would usually result in some sort of physical abuse and dragging, just different things. Cassie testified that Combs would mash her head, drag her, kick her, and stomp her in the head when she was down. Asked how frequently Combs became violent with her, Cassie softly responded, too frequently. Okay.
What you stayed.
Yeah, and I'll say this particularly. Actually, let me save it. So Cassie was asked briefly about freak-offs as she was shown still images from the now infamous 2016 security camera footage of Combs beating her. She said that was a result of her having an encounter called a freak-off, and I was leaving there. Cassie, noticeably pregnant on the witness stand, has been emotional from the start of her testimony as she takes deep breaths and sometimes pauses as she speaks. She says, Sean controlled a lot of my life, whether it was career, the way I dressed, everything. I just didn't have much say in it at the time. Oh, come on. They said when the prosecutor questioned her about the freak offs, she said she was barely 22.
And man,
we got to put this on the big screen.
We know what they're doing, bro. We know what they're doing.
Like I knew they were, like, I told people they were gonna do this, but this is still like, this is, come on. They're really late in all things. This is what I was talking about. The female reporter was talking about this, and the way they were talking about it, like she was like some young 22-year-old child. She's 22. What the fuck? What? Oh my goodness, man. Hold on for a sec. Let's bring this back.
I hate these people with a passion.
What? This is what I'm talking about, man. Hold on. Let me see.
You know, it's starting to make sense why these like people are in their 20s. Like they're just really careless and they act like children. It makes so much sense now. These people are giving these kids, these adults, too much leeway.
Yeah. Delayed, I guess is in a way another form of delayed adolescence, but it's like this thing where, oh, I'm 25, I'm an underage 22-year-old. Remember the lady in the gym? I'm an underage 21-year-old. Like this thing, like where you're 25 or you're 26 and you're still a kid, right? Yeah. I tell you guys that story of, it was like a dude, it was like a guy in his 40s, and he was with a woman that was 27. And they showed a picture together on Facebook, and it was people on there talking about, what are you doing with that child? I'm like, she's 27. So this is crazy. Yeah. Let me go back to that thing. She said she was barely 22 when Combs first asked her to do them. She said she was confused and nervous, but also loved him very much. Asked how she felt when Combs first proposed engaging in a freak off. Cassie said, I just remember my stomach falling to my butt, just the nervousness and confusion in that moment. Come on. Okay. She says she didn't feel like she could say no to Combs because she didn't know what to no could be or what no could turn into, which she said she learned could include violence and blackmail threats. No. You didn't say no because of this. Let me show you why she didn't say no. Exactly.
I was with Floyd Mayweather. When I met him, I couldn't believe it. Floyd was like, hey, what's up, man? This my fiance, this my girl. They was both standing right there. That's what paper do, boy. You got that paper, people fall in line.
Classic. That's why you didn't say no, because Diddy was powerful and he had that paper.
Yeah.
Bottom line. And you got to understand, like, I know there was, people trying to say, why are people calling Cassie not a victim and stuff like that? But the reason why there's people like this is what the average man sees with Cassie, right? This is what happens. They're looking at their life experience with women, right?
Yeah.
We're talking about the average men I'm talking about the average men that are skeptical of Cassie. The reason why they're skeptical of Cassie, because they're looking at their experience with women, and they're literally looking at these broads, and they're like, yo, I couldn't, if I asked Cassie to just, hey, can I just shake your hand? She'll be like, ill. But because you with Diddy, all of a sudden niggas get to pee on you and stuff. What's going like? That's where people are finally looking at this, and now people are now looking at even the R. Kelly situation. I was trying to tell people, even Corey Holcomb, but I remember telling people like, look, you saying that R. Kelly is nasty for what he was doing. Look, some ninjas have it like that. That same girl, if you had asked her to just, hey, can you just suck my peen a little bit, and she give you an attitude.
Yeah.
But
what do you think I am? You think I'm a 3 or 4?
Yeah, or you'll ask a girl like, hey, I got a hotel for us, and she'll be like, what do you think, I'm some 304? And then, but for R. Kelly, she's willing to become a goat, like a urinal for him. So
yeah,
It's just some people got it like that. So is that a crime that some ninjas have it like that over other dudes? So this is why the average dude is like I'm talking about the average dude that is skeptical of Cassie. I'm not talking about the average dude that is for Cassie. I'm talking about the average dude that's skeptical of Cassie. They're looking at their dating experiences and they're like, dude, I can't even get my bitch to smile at me most times, but I'm pretty sure if she was in a different situation, now she's doing all of this. And I can't even get a bitch to smile at me. They're just like, huh? You know what I mean? So they're just like, well, maybe it's not a matter of, oh, it's because of violence. Nah, he had that paper, And like I said, a lot of times I've seen plenty of women in abusive relationships. They'll stay in abusive relationships, and the guy is broke. I'm talking about like dead broke. And
sometimes when they look at the guy, this guy is a loser. How she's with him?
Yeah, and they're just looking at their situation. They thought they had a stable situation, and she just found something wrong with it. Or I remember I showed you the video of the girl leaving the date because the guy didn't want to pay for cheese on his burger. And women will do stuff like that, but that same broad is gonna end up splitting the bill with a complete loser. That's like that means no welfare. That's gonna literally leave her a single mom. And I'm pretty sure that same guy was like, so you didn't accept me because of some cheese, and this guy gets to impregnate you and and literally leave. And so this is the skepticism that a lot of men, especially nowadays, are having for women. They're just like, okay, you want me to say he's a bad guy, but really the ball is in your court as a woman when it comes to sex. So men that already have trouble just getting even one date, I'm talking about just one date, they're like, how are you consenting to the point you become a public urinal for ninjas off of Craigslist? How is that possible? This is why average dudes are so infatuated with, male pimps, because they're just like, damn, how, like, I can't even get the girl to say hi to me or give me a hug, and yet you, Mr. Pimp, can convince that same girl to sell her body on the streets for pervs, and that woman gives all the money to the pimp. They're just like, how is this possible?
That's why I can't really blame the kids who follows Mr. Bugatti, if you know what I mean.
This is true. This is true, because people are always infatuated by pimp culture or people with a pimp-ish personality, because it's, to them, I remember Patrice O'Neal was talking about this. It's like, it's almost like, how is this even possible that you can do this? Where that I'm talking about, it's that exact same girl. You take her on a date and you hiccup the wrong way and then she's gone. Like literally. And so this is where men are just like, now, especially nowadays. So now when men see stuff like this, they're like, but you stayed for how many years with the guy? But now you're the victim. And so this is where, I'm not going to say the confusion comes in, but now guys are like, where's the crime here? That he was able to like he was able to get you to do that. But because I bet you the husband that Cassie's with right now, I bet you he's like, I can't even get her to like wash the dishes.
Imagine that. And you hear doing all this stuff.
I'm talking about, you were willing to
put a ring on it. This guy literally put a ring on it.
Yeah, but he and I saw some women on TikTok. They were mad at people for saying that the husband should divorce Cassie, and he should, because that's crazy. Because I'm pretty sure he's asked her to do certain things, and Cassie be like, I don't feel comfortable doing this. I'm like, and if I was the husband, I was like, well, Were you? But you. I'm like, you speaking up for yourself now, but you didn't want to speak up for yourself when Diddy told you to go on Craigslist and pick this man. What?
And peeps in your mouth.
You know, and look, that's messed up, but that's fair. That's completely fair. That's completely fair. Shout out to Garrett Grant. He said, "Status, money, open. Status and money open more holes. Literally."
Yes.
That's all it is. It's just the money, you know. And hold on, let me see something about when did Cassie date Ryan? Hold on. Cassie, when did Cassie date Ryan Leslie? I gotta find that out. So they acted like this was like her first serious relationship with an adult, and Cassie was with Ryan Leslie before Diddy. And Ryan Leslie was he was signed under Diddy. He was with Bad Boy Records. So you had an opportunity to be with the boss of Bad Boy Records, and you left Ryan Leslie for Diddy while Diddy was still in another relationship.
Yeah.
And they're trying to act like she was this naive child going through the industry, and she was already dating somebody in the industry during that time. And she she left him for his boss. Where's this naivety and this I'm just a young girl?
For me. He took advantage of me. Oh my god.
Where's that? I gotta download this as a soundbite. I got all these songs in my head. Hold on. Everybody know about this old classic. This is a classic female group. Let me see this. The emo. Oh no, that's not it. That's not it. Let me see. What was the song called? Or did they take it off of YouTube? Nah, let me see. Oh. Pyro, what you got going on in your life, man?
No, what's going upstairs? Like, I've just finished eating, so I'm just going upstairs. I didn't mute my mic.
Oh yeah. Mute your mic. I was like, whoa. Yeah. I'm gonna mute your mic real quick. I'm gonna mute your mic. Okay, let me find the emotion song. I gotta find what's that song called? Is that song called "I Want to Kiss You" or something? I gotta download that soundbite so bad. Did they take the thing off of YouTube? The emotions. I'm just a young girl. That's how the song starts. I'm just a young girl. Let me see. Is it this song? Or I don't know what happened. Maybe, I don't know. Show Me How? Is it the song called Show Me How? Yeah, this is it. This is exactly. I was like, why can I not find this song? This is the soundbite I'm gonna download. Right here. This is gonna be a soundbite real soon. I want you to hear the first part of it. Listen to this.
I'm just a young girl, dying to learn the ways of love.
I'm just a young girl, dying to learn the ways of love. Whoa, what they say? They saying Chris Brown is facing life? What? That better not be Ticket TV BS.
They're not going to play.
What? Hold on for a second. I think I just got breaking news real quick. Chris Brown. What's going on? They be always trying to get my ninja. They said Chris Brown arrested in England over alleged London nightclub. They've been after my nigga, man, forever, yo. Man, ever since that Rihanna incident, the industry really been after this ninja, man. Like, I'm so happy that Chris Brown has such a strong female fan base because he would have been under the jail over nothing. Yo, they always trying to get him connected to some crime. You got you'll have bitches talking about false allegations. I remember Chris Brown had a false allegation case like 2 years ago. And he had to literally show the text of the girls literally stalking him and him having to turn her down. Like, bruh. They always be trying to get my boy Chris Brown, man. They got to stop. Ever since that Rihanna incident, the industry's been after this man every single year, bro. Anything that they can tie him to, they always be trying to get this dude locked up, arrested. Nah, man, this is some crazy work. This is some crazy work, man. They got to stop this. They gotta leave Chris Brown alone, man. God damn.
These people they just stretch it, like it happened many years ago. Just drop it now. Jesus.
Anything like that's criminal related, they always try to get Chris Brown caught up in it. I don't like something will happen and then Chris Brown was in the vicinity and they try to like they've been doing this to him ever since that Rihanna incident. Look, this is what we're gonna have to this is what we're gonna have to do. We're gonna have to find out why Chris Brown and Rihanna got into that argument, that tussle. What was the real reason that they got into that tussle? Now, the bish, I forgot what her name is, but Jaguar Wright. She said that Chris Brown and Rihanna were fighting because Chris Brown found out that Camel looking dude, I can't say his name. Y'all know who I'm talking about. Mr. Camel. Y'all know who I'm talking about. Mr. Rockefeller, y'all, that guy slept with Rihanna. And rumor has it that Mr. Rockefeller has a package that you can't get rid of. Not the hivvy jivvies, the other one, the herpaderp. So that's what Jaguar Wright said. That's why they were fighting in the first place. Now, I don't know if it's like they keep trying to intimidate Chris Brown so he never spreads that, because when Chris Brown found out that Rihanna allegedly slept with Jay-Z or whatever, and he has that packet, that other package. I said his name. Allegedly, I don't know what I'm talking about. I snapped. Maybe it's just, industry intimidation tactics. Maybe that's what it is, where they just keep trying to hem you up into things because certain things about the industry. Is the same thing that they've been doing to Cat Williams for years, where he gets literally arrested every single other month, but he never actually he's never had a felony or no convictions, but he's always been he always has a mugshot every year. And it's just industry tactics to really tire you down because all the ins and outs of the industry.
And like they just want you to snap to a point, like you just snap so they can say, see, he's violent.
Yeah, so maybe that is true. Maybe they've been trying to get Chris Brown to like snap. Yeah, maybe that's really what it is. And I'll say this, Rihanna, if you're really a good person, you need to come out clean and be like, oh, this is why we was fighting. We were both fighting each other. Because have you noticed Rihanna has kept silent on that day? She only talked about the physical attack of that day, but never why. that happened. Like, it's never even been brought up why. It's just been left up to the birds. So Rihanna, one day we'll find out why they got into that tussle. Because really what the situation was, they said that Rihanna actually attacked Chris Brown first and then he retaliated. But we need to find out what was the reason behind the tussle. We need to find out. Because ever since that incident, industry's been at Chris Brown's neck. So clearly Chris Brown must have found out something and he reacted. And now people know that Chris Brown knows something serious, so they've been trying to intimidate him ever since then. I think that's my opinion on that, because every single year or every single month they're always trying to get him hemmed up into something. It's like, come on, it's so obvious what they're doing. They've been doing it to Cat. They've been doing it to Cat Williams for years. He gets arrested every other month for like literally existing. He's never, and he has no criminal record, no drugs on his record, but yet he's getting arrested every other month. It makes no sense. But this is what this is how dirty, the industry is, because they know that Cat Williams knows all the ins and outs. He knows the people that are sleeping with who, and all this stuff. So these are industry intimidation tactics, I guess.
Yeah, to make them like to shut you up.
Yeah. Let me see. The naive stuff is trash because most women can tell if you dress two dudes in the exact same clothes, who's the thug and who's a square without them saying a word. Facts. And I'm talking about they'll be in like middle school and they can already tell.
Yeah.
So that whole, they always be trying to pull that, the naive stuff, I exit out of it. I'm just a young girl.
I didn't know it was that bad.
Like they know exactly what's going on, man. Like this stuff where they act like women they don't know they know what's going on. They just don't like the consequences that come with it. That's really all it is. Garrett Grant says, "See, Breezy can't catch a break after Rihanna." Facts. And shout out to Pyro with the $2 super chat. One day DJ Khaled is gonna get in trouble for this. I'm not even going like one day
he's gonna end up like Shannon Sharp. Like as soon as people hear like he's gonna get $100 million like contract, and then they're gonna wheel this out.
Yeah, that like they try to do like something similar to Joe Rogan, like, but it didn't work. Like they had him have like they had a compilation of him just saying the N-word, but it was
but it was like context. Yeah.
So Pyro here says the Chris Brown hate is getting old now. Yeah, it's just, but he's clearly being targeted. Let me see. Garrett Grant said, "Wait, what? Might that package get passed down to her kids?" Well, not if she gets a C-section, but who's to say? Because just because you sleep with somebody with a certain type of package doesn't mean you're gonna get it. But I think if Jaguar Wright is right, because she hasn't been sued for saying that, if what Jaguar Wright is saying with us was right, maybe Rihanna caught it, maybe she didn't. I don't know. Who's to say? But yes, the package can get passed down to the kids because, like, say if you do catch the herp derp, there's a very increased risk that during birth, outbreak or not, you can get that thing passed down. So
yeah, it's in your gene.
Yeah, so it's very, 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 very possible. So yeah, let's go back to the Diddy thing though. Hopefully I didn't exit out of it. He said, asked how she felt when Combs first proposed engaging the freak off. Oh, I already read that. She said she didn't feel like she could say no. So yeah, that's the part I left off at. So yeah, that's cap.
Yeah, that's Chris. Sorry about that. Chris.
Yeah.
Like if you ever seen that meme on Instagram, like like with that SpongeBob picture with the giant handcuffs, and said, "I'm in an abusive relationship and I can't leave." And you see the giant handcuff.
Oh yeah, that's literally what it is.
Yeah, and it says like they always say something like, you know, if I leave, he'll end my life. You know, if anything happens to you, they already know who like who to blame. So like, it's a stupid thing to attempt.
So right here, they're saying in the comments, somebody said 22 years old, confused and nervous about the freak offs, but I loved him. They said he was 40. That's what you call grooming and taking advantage of those who are still ambushing her with hate. I'm like, come on, let's not do this. Did you see the did anybody see that Manosphere highlights video? Where he covered like the slut that said that she got into her first like threesome or her first foursome when she was like 13 or something. Did anybody see that video yet? Oh man.
I don't know. Like if it's new, it's a new video.
Yeah, it's one of the newer videos. It's some Asian broad. I don't know what her name is, but
oh yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah. So let me bring that up because people be shocked. But I've been trying to tell people for years, like women's they just start earlier. Like they're like, so all this stuff when they be talking about, oh, I'm just a young 19-year-old or 21-year-old and I don't know. Come on, stop. By the time, especially a lot of today's girls, by the time they hit 22, they're already burnt out. Like I'm talking about completely burnt out. I'm talking about at 22, 23, burnt out.
Yeah.
From the
I'm completely celibate.
Like they're already at celibacy journeys at like in their mid-20s, already on a celibacy journey. And for them to even be at that point in their early 20s, like that already shows you how experienced, like how long they've been doing what they're doing. Yeah, this is right here. Let me see. Yeah, this broad here. And people were shocked. They're like 13. I'm like, yeah.
I have this theory, but I feel like that's why a lot of marriages end, because family units are so isolated and they don't have other sources of excitement.
We're talking about a content creator who's as transparent. Me.
Once again, coming as a self-proclaimed slut, this feels really fun and exciting to learn. I have always been really excited about sexual exploration. I had my first threesome when I was 13 years old. It was,
you see, just to show you I'm not making this stuff up, guys. Let's repeat it one more time.
I've always been really excited about sexual exploration. I had my first threesome when I was 13 years old. It was really fun and hot and beautiful. And then years later, I had another one with this really sweet photography couple.
And when she mean years later, and she said years later, that means she was still underage, and she's talking about some photography couple. She said, no, wait, hold on. Let's repeat
Brooklyn, and beautiful. And then years later, I had another one with this really sweet photography couple in Brooklyn. And, you know, spread throughout my life, I've had group sex with.
And I bet you she was like 15, and the photography couple were in like their 30s or 20s. Like these are the things that be happening. Now, in her case, she's not necessarily playing the victim for now. for now, right? But in Cassie's case, right, or women like Cassie, they're going to kind of make it like they're going to put it in a frame of a victimhood frame, how like they were getting taken advantage of. They're not going to say like the girl here where she said, "Oh, this is beautiful and wonderful," you know. But she's saying that now, like same with Tiana Trump. Like I remember Tiana Trump has said, she was dating that she was sleeping with a Pacers NBA player, which was probably Paul George. it was probably Paul George. It was either Paul George or Danny Granger. And Adam 22 was trying to say, oh, wasn't that illegal? And he's like, no, that this was she said it was consensual and 16 was the legal age. She said that. So like I said, she's not playing the victim now, but you never know. Down the line, they might sing a different tune when they're trying to get married, when they're trying to maintain a long-term relationship. Then they're gonna talk about, oh, they was victimized.
He did this to me.
So if she gets broke, you know what I mean. So this is the double-edged sword. Let's see what else I can find. Said Diddy's legal team requests Cassie's husband be barred from courtroom during her testimony. Oh man. Let's see what else. Yeah, nothing else. Nothing else. See, Diddy's federal trial kicks off with the explosive allegations and family supporting. All right. So we're done with that. Enough of that. Enough about that. Let's talk about the DDG thing. See if I can bring that situation. Oh, Pyro, can you mute your mic real quick?
Yeah.
You see, post on DDG's ex account claims he's chilling. So let's bring up the DDG. Why can I not bring it up? I just had the story right here. Oh man. Here we go. Here we go. Now, DDG. We told you, brother, this was going to happen, man. We told you. This was going to happen to you. So, remember the show? I've done actually a couple of shows on Halle Bailey and DDG, and I didn't really care about them. Only that I knew that DDG got a lot of hate from black women for some reason. Even I'm talking about even when Halle Bailey and DDG were together, even when they were together, like he got a lot of hate. So when they broke up, I was like, oh, he's still gonna get a lot of hate. But my eyes really turned toward them when I did the video of DDG and Halley Bailey, where Halle Bailey, oh, bro, are you breathing like into the mic? It's kind of
what?
You might, yeah. I don't know what's happening. It's just I don't know, but
it's my phone. It's close. It's close to the laptop. So
it's close to the laptop. Oh, okay, my bad. So I noticed Halle Bailey was definitely the problem because I didn't really take a side once the breakup happened. I was hoping that Halle Bailey was a decent person. I was giving her the benefit of the doubt. Same with her sister. But when I saw that DDG had brought his kid onto Kai Cenat's stream, and then Halle Bailey had made that whole tweet talking about, I didn't approve of this. And the internet actually told Halle that she was definitely in the wrong. She thought she was going to gain the credibility of the internet, and even the women were like, Halle, you're doing too much. And Halle Bailey deleted the tweet and said, oh, this is I'm going through postpartum. And I was just like, we already knew that was going. As soon as I saw it, I was like, yep, she's the problem. As soon as I saw that, I was like, she was the problem. Then I kept seeing news. Then I did the video of DDG complaining about Halle restricting access, of his kid from her. And I was like, bro, if you really want full access, you're gonna have to fight her in court. But DDG said he didn't want to fight in court, and I did a video on that, and I was like, well, you might want to have to strike first, because Halle Bailey seemed to be the type to put a false accusation on you. You know what I mean? Just so she can put herself in a better case where she can gain primary custody. You know what I mean? So I was just sitting there just like, bro, you might want to play some offense. Halle Bailey decided to play some offense. And now a judge has granted Halle Bailey a restraining order. Now it's really a temporary restraining order, but it's you know, I ended up finding that out later on. So right here, according to TMZ, they said a judge has granted Halle Bailey a restraining order after she claims she was abused by DDG, the father of her son. In documents obtained by TMZ TV, Halle claims that things became physical in January when DDG came over to pick up their son, Halo. She reportedly tried to start a conversation about a visitation schedule. So as first as I see that paragraph, I'm like, oh, I already know what happens. So guys, just to let you guys know in the chat, anybody that's dealing with a baby mother, you need to keep your conversations short with her, especially if she already has filed a case on you or a child support case on you, or even if she says she's not. What she's going to do, she's going to try to provoke you, and she's going to make sure she records you. She's going to try to make sure she gets, you know, so-called witnesses, or she'll have, you know, her new boyfriend during the visitations and all this stuff. But just to let you know, there's going to be instances where she's going to be clearly trying to provoke you. Like it might not be obvious to you, but when you look at it's so obvious. It's almost like let me bring up the video. Let me bring up that video. I love this.
She's trying to make you crash out.
Riley, exactly. But this is the perfect way to look at it. This is the perfect way to look at it. Oh shoot, what's Tom Dubois' daughter wearing wire? Oh yeah, this is it. Oh goddamn. My bad. Hold on. I accidentally clicked something on my mouse. I clicked something on my mouse. Almost messed up my whole thing. So yeah, it's gonna be something like this, guys.
This ain't a movie, Riley. You and Granddad about to go to jail. I can't snitch. This person stole from your family. I tried to stop him. Yeah. Hey.
This is how your baby mama gonna be on the visitations. This is it, trying to provoke you. Please pay attention, guys.
May I sit down over there next to Riley? What are you guys talking about? Are you talking about who's doing the break-ins? If you know, you can tell me. I won't tell you.
That's me and why.
Go blue!
Look, like people gotta watch, like people gotta listen to the Amber Heard tapes again, where Amber Heard was clearly trying to provoke Johnny Depp. This is the funniest thing. What are you doing? What are you sniffing something out of the bottle? Is that cocaine, Johnny Depp? These bitches is straight feds, man, straight feds. So just be careful. So you got to limit the conversations with your baby mothers. Limit the text messaging, because they could use that against you and take that out of context. Limit the phone calls. There've been a lot of MGTOW creators that have, you know, warned people about this, where there are certain parenting apps where you can have it where you can text the mother of your kid through a parenting app, and so everything that's communicated with you guys is being sent to a mediator, so nothing can be taken out of context. So this is what you're gonna have to do if you're dealing with a baby mother. You if not, she's trying to build a case on you, And
Yeah.
I don't know why a lot of dudes don't understand if the baby mother's putting you on child support, she's suing you. But you know, a lot of guys just don't look at it like that.
Why every time like black women have children, they always do something like this?
But I don't think that's not limited to me, and it's not limited race. It's just any woman will do that. Like I know women in the suburbs, they'll put their husbands on straight gag orders. This is why a lot of white dudes are not really privy to what the damage what courts can do to you. So it's not really until a white dude is really put in that situation where he's like, hey, this is unfair. You know, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that's I'm like this is why ninjas try to avoid court like as much as possible, because they know it's not a regular, there's no justice, there's like no type of justice being done in especially in a family court. So that, you know, family court doesn't operate like a regular court. Let me see. So in this situation where they say Halle Bailey tried to start a conversation, she was most likely antagonizing him or trying to antagonize DDG. They said while buckling up their child in his car seat, she claims DDG became agitated and said, "Get out my car, bitch." She was probably, I already know, trying to look around his car looking for drugs and stuff.
Yeah.
Because, you know, if you get caught with drugs, then they could, you know. And Halle Bailey, the stuff that I've been hearing her say and stuff that I've seen her do, I'm like, I can tell she's the problem. She's definitely the problem. But because she's less quieter than Chloe Bailey, her sister, people just assume that she's innocent, but she's not, you know. This is a thing that a lot of women go through, particularly after they birth their kid. They don't look at the kid as our kid. They just look at the kid as her kids. Yeah. So anything that the kid does, it has to go through her first in most, you know, mothers' minds, you know. So there's a lot of men are not really privy to this. Let me see. They said that let me see. He said, "Get out my car, bitch." She said that caused their baby to cry, and she grew concerned about him leaving with their son in an agitated manner. Who wrote this? Halle Bailey's publicist? Okay, he said the two allegedly started to wrestle, leading DDG to allegedly pull her hair and slam her face on his steering wheel, which causing her to trip her too. That's cap. Now that's cap. We already know that's cap. That's cap.
100%.
And what people don't understand in these family court cases, all they got to do is allege abuse. She doesn't really need proof. All they need is her word, and she can get a temporary restraining order. Now, this is like this news clipping. It shows restraining order, but later on I ended up finding out it was a temporary restraining order. But that's still not a good thing, because now she's trying to build a case. She's trying to use what she has to build a case against DDG so she can get a real restraining order and to see if this can affect, you know, the parenting time or the custody time that DDG has with his son.
So what if he abandons the kid? Like will she get mad or anything?
She's gonna be mad either way. They're just wherever this goes, she's never gonna be happy with it. So she just wants to be a nuisance in his life.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna assume that DDG decided to break up with her. That's what I'm gonna assume, because the way she's acting, she's like the way she's acting and the way she's going about it. Or even if Halle Bailey did break up with him, DDG hasn't really been affected by this. He's still streaming, he's still getting famous. You know what I mean? His Twitch numbers is doing crazy good. He's still getting money. You know, life is just going on. He's going on dates, even though he shouldn't be doing that, but it's making for good content. He's getting Twitch deals. He's making deals with he's going on streams with some of the biggest streamers in the world. He's now getting considered to be one of the biggest streamers in the world. So he's not losing. his break, like the breakup from Halle Bailey, is not really affecting his money or his personal life. But Corey Holcomb was talking about this literally the other week, where he speaks on how the woman that leaves you, she doesn't want to just leave you. She can't leave you intact. She must destroy you.
Yeah.
She's not just going to leave you and just move on with her life. She wants you destroyed. And usually they do this via the kid she kept with you, right? So that's how she's going to try to destroy him, via the kid, which most women do, because that's the only leverage they have, is the dad caring about the kid. So there was a lot of dudes that was on Twitter that said, yo, I think DDG just might have to just wash his hands. It was a lot of dudes on Twitter saying, like, yeah, he might have to just wash his hands, because they were seeing all the proofs of, they're going to show like the evidence that Halle Bailey allegedly showed. And it was clear, it's clear as day that she's forging evidence. And even though that could be proven that she's forging, I'm like, he has to deal with this for the next 16 years of his life. You know what I mean? So yeah, everybody, like, people know that she's being full of caca right now. But even if he proves that she's lying, he has to deal with this for the next 16 years.
Yeah.
Who wants to deal with that for the next, like, homie? That's why people's like, dude, like, you might as well just wash your hands. Look, you just, hey, let her have the kid. You can make another one. She probably can't. You can make, they said just start another family, bro. That it was dudes in the comments like, just start another family. And Corey Holcomb said that too. I remember people were mad at Corey Holcomb for saying that. He said, I'll make another one. Hold on. Let me see if I can bring up these Corey clips, because these Corey clips are very relevant. Actually, let me bring up the Corey clips after I read this. Let me see. He says she detailed that she was in pain and crying, but remained in the car. What? As they rode over to DDG's home, once there, she told his family members what happened. TMZ obtained the images attached to the document showing the alleged marks on her arm and chipped tooth. Another incident mentioned in the documents took place back in March, when she claims DDG entered her home without her permission, entered her bedroom, and texted her a picture of her empty bed. He reportedly said, "Now I know what you've been on, LOL." I'm pretty sure that was supposed to be a joke, but she can bring that text message to the family courts and be like, "This is a threat. He's threatening me where I live." So that's what she's doing. That. Yeah. Anyways, yeah. DDG was trying to be cute here. Well, I know what DDG was trying to do. He was low key trying to flirt with her right there. But that's clearly not a threat. But she saved that text message. He threatened me, and that could fly. Let me see. DDG is also accused of being verbally abusive and smashing her Ring camera after he became upset after she told him she and Halo were sick and she didn't want Halo to leave home. Oh yeah, this was the one where it was his parenting time. That's the one that I did the video on, and he was like, "Bro, she's trying to pull the I'm sick, so she can't. Me and Halo are sick, so he can't see you on your parenting time." So yeah. And like I said, so women can pull that, because most of the time women don't get held accountable for when they pull stuff like this, where they interfere with the parenting time. So so I already did the video on that. Let me see. A judge has granted Halle a domestic violence restraining order requiring DDG to stay 100 yards away. She was also granted permission to take their son to Italy as she shoots a new film for 2 months. Oh, this is so this is why she's doing all this. DDG has to stop posting and streaming about her and their child. Wow. So this is, but now what we're going to see, we're going to end up finding out this was a temporary restraining order. And let me bring up, while I bring up Corey Holcomb, this is DDG's live reaction to the news leaking on TMZ. Let me see if I can show you that.
Damn, bro. Should I get a stylist? Why are they saying GGTMZ? Let's see. Why are they saying GGTMZ? All right, I'm looking at her story now. What? Oh. Don't even.
That can't even be real.
Fuck all that.
But that can't even be real. That's the thing.
But don't even. But you remember we talked about last night? All that. Let me say something. It's not.
No, I'm saying, but I don't know where that even came from.
Yo, stop these fake allegations. This is a father. This is a real person. It's a good human being.
Even, but I don't.
But hey, bro, we on stream, bro.
Come on, like I gotta be.
Just don't do it, bro. Come here. Fuck that. That's my real friend. We're not gonna do no false in this stream. He's a great human being. He does a lot for a lot of people. He's a man. He's a father, and we're gonna respect him. We're gonna love him. WDDG. If anyone got anything to say,
the fake narrative.
And I feel like, damn, bro. Should I get a stylist? Why are they saying?
Even though this dude is kind of fruity, he plays kind of fruity. He's a real G. He's real. He's a real homie.
Let's see some. I'm trying to bring up that Corey Holcomb clip. I can't find it nowhere. Damn. I remember he said they can't leave you intact. I don't know. Let me see if I can find that video of Corey. Because there's a lot of Corey Holcomb vids that's gone viral. Corey, it to see the normies in the comment section go crazy is hilarious. It's either you see people laughing or the normies going complete buck wild. Let's see. I think it was. I might have to search Corey Holcomb. Hollywood Unlocked. Maybe might have to do it like that. Oh Lord, I spelled unlocked wrong. Oh my God, that's so embarrassing. That is so embarrassing. Let me see. Yeah, it's not gonna. Yeah. It's probably.
No, this ninja can't spell.
Man. Yeah, I don't even think. Yeah, I didn't even save it on my Yeah, I didn't even save it on my thing. I think. Let me see. Nah, that's not it. I only saved one Corey Holcomb video on my Instagram, and it's not even related to this. It's not related to this at all. But it speaks on literally what what he said is something that DDG really should do.
Yeah.
It is something that. But I remember Corey Holcomb is built bold as hell, man. Hold on, let me show you this Corey Holcomb clip when he was talking about his baby mama. Yo, this is one of the funniest clips I ever heard in my life. Hold on, let me share this tab real quick. Let me share this tab. This is when DC Young Fly's baby mother had passed away, and Corey Holcomb was giving his respects and saying rest in peace to DC Young Fly's baby mother. But watch what he says afterwards. It's crazy work.
I just want to say my condolences, man. DC Young Fly, man.
Straight up.
He lost his mother, his children this past week. Yeah. DC Young Fly, one of the realest motherfuckers you ever seen. We never seen no fake shit out my nigga. Always 100. DC Young Fly. It ain't even nothing I can tell you right now. You know exactly what all you got on your plate, but all I'm saying, look, bro, after all this bullshit he out off you, I'm gonna give you a call, man. Love you.
Yep.
Yeah, much respect,
Yeah, man.
Sure.
Much respect, dog.
That's one of the toughest things about entertainment is going through,
some
like
public
that.
stuff that's really
Yeah.
hard. Yeah, you got to.
No, I mean, let me cut the bullshit. I wish my baby mama died. I mean,
oh.
God dang, what the fuck I gotta do, bitch? Nigga, the fuck, I'm gonna say it and don't mean it. I ain't that kind of nigga. My daughter mama is an ain't shit Maywood bitch who tried to hit me.
Yeah. I remember when that joint happened. I was like, God damn. Let me see.
Don't stop fucking your baby mama.
Yo, man.
The way he said that is hilarious.
Yeah, man. I gotta start saving these clips though. I gotta start saving these joints. You know. Let me see. Yeah. I don't think I'll be able to find that clip, but let's go more into the DDG thing. Let's because more evidence started coming out because Halle Bailey showed the alleged photos of when this so-called alleged abuse happened. So right here, let me show. Yo, she can't because she's doing a whole lot of capping. She doing a whole lot of capping, man. She got to stop. But we're gonna put her out here today. Go. Photos show Halle Bailey with bruises on her arm and a chipped tooth following reports of an altercation with DDG. Now, the chipped tooth picture in the chipped tooth situation was interesting because I'm going to show you why in a minute because people are going to show you like evidence of like, what are you talking about? So this is the chipped tooth from apparently what happened with the steering wheel incident. Let's see here. So that's the alleged evidence of the bruises. Now they're gonna show you like some text. She's gonna show like evidence of like some text messages, which were clearly like forged, which were clear like people started doing their investigations and like, whoa, when were these messages sent? And she kind of got caught up, but we'll leave that alone for now. But these messages right here. Social media responds to alleged screenshots from DDG about Brent Faiyaz and Halle Bailey. Let's see here. Copy link. Let's bring this up. They say social media is having a field day over alleged screenshots from DDG about Brent Faiyaz and Halle Bailey. Okay. Hopefully they do a zoom in on the text messages. I think they did it on Twitter. Excuse me. Let's zoom in real quick. Because I can't read this joint at all.
Real?
Yeah.
It's very hard to see.
Yeah, I might have to do it via Twitter. But I'll say this. Shout out to DJ Academics. He was one of the few people, I guess. I don't know if I want to call DJ Academics mainstream, but he was one of the other few people that did predict that Halle Bailey was going to put a fake abuse claim on him later on. Like it was coming. But that was obvious. Like anybody that's been in this space long enough.
Yeah.
Like, we already saw that joint coming.
That's one of their favorite tactics.
It's a common tactic. So it's not like really a prediction of like, oh my God, academics predict. I'm like, this is a common tactic that women use. And plus, not only that, lawyers have been on YouTube that says that they literally like lawyers will coach their clients to do this, to claim abuse. So you can get a temporary restraining order or some kind of restraining order.
Yeah.
And it helps you out with your case, especially when it comes to custody, because now next time that there's a custody exchange, now they got to do supervised custody, exchanges. You know what I mean? Which is crazy work. This is literally like low key. This is child trafficking, but I'm not even gonna hold you. But it's like wow. But you know, this is a common tactic, particularly if the man is in a winning position, where especially DDG in the court of public opinion, Halle Bailey was looking like the toxic one. Only of recent, you know, because of the Twitter fiasco, her saying that DDG couldn't put his son on Kai Cenat stream. DDG still complaining about, yo, Halle won't let me see my son and stuff like that. So DDG still had quite a few people on his side in the court of public opinion. So when that happens, this is where now the dirty games and the dirty tricks starts getting played. Halle set DDG up for the okie doke. Oldest trick in the bitter baby mama handbook. She kept them pics in the tuck until the Brent Fayez story came out. Dirty work. See, is he effing insane? He's threatening Brent Fayez, and he wasn't even on the vacation. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, so let me see if I can bring this up on Twitter, because the text messages, they just seem way too fishy. I'm pretty sure I saved it though. Let me see if I can bring it up on Twitter. Hopefully I saved it. Hopefully I saved it. Oh no, I didn't. No, I didn't. Oh man. But yeah, let me bring up the video of academics warning of what was going to happen to DDG real quick.
I see you trying to defend her. That's a good move, by the way, but let me tell you what happens next. If she can't paint you as a deadbeat dad, which you're not, I'm going to warn you this. The next step is for her to say you were abusive. I want to be very clear. And she just tried, yo, why is my baby dad doing that? And I don't approve of it. And nobody bit. And unless you about to get back with her and go into whatever regime she wants you to get down with, her next attempt will not be as fluky. Women like this don't stop. You've dodged this one, but you got to wait for the bigger one she about to do. Somebody said, Halle not motherfucking evil? You fucking stupid as hell, nigga. She would have never posted this nigga if she wasn't on that type of topic. Women are only loyal to their emotions. I see you trying to defend her. That's a good move, by the way, but let me.
So she was in this, mind you, this is the time when Halle Bailey made that tweet about, I didn't approve of my son going on Kai Cenat stream. That when I saw that caught my eye. I was like, oh, she one of them. she's just like the rest of the. Never mind. But I'm like, she's just like the rest of them. Just like the rest of them. So that had caught my eye. Let me replay it one more time.
I see you trying to defend her. That's a good move, by the way, but let me tell you what happens next. If she can't paint you as a deadbeat dad, which you're not, I'm going to warn you this. The next step is for her to say you were abusive. I want to be very clear. And she just tried, yo, why is my baby dad doing that? And I don't approve of it. And nobody bit. And unless you about to get back with her and go into whatever regime she wants you to get down with, her next attempt will not be as fluky. Women like this don't stop. You've dodged this one, but you got to wait for the bigger one she about to do. Somebody said, Halle not motherfucking evil? You fucking stupid as hell, nigga. She would have never posted this nigga if she wasn't on that type of topic. Women are only loyal to their emotions. I see you trying to defend her. That's good.
Yeah. Yeah, so somebody started digging up some of these the text messages, and they're saying that DDG sent threatening text messages to Brent Fayez, but people started like doing the digging on like the time, that like basically the timestamps.
Yeah.
So right here. Wait, do I have share screen on? Oh, I don't. Oh, right here. Can I zoom? I can't. But basically it says tomorrow at 8:27.
Man, why people just don't use screenshots?
So it says tomorrow. She said these messages were sent tomorrow at 8:27. I'm like, wait, but you said you had these text messages for how long? I'm guessing tomorrow is not 5 months ago or whatever. But people kind of noticed these timestamps. We're just like, what in the hell? So I guess DJ Academics he had asked ChatGPT He was like, you're asking if it's possible for an iMessage to display tomorrow 2027 above a message that also shows a time date like Sunday 2:55, and the short answer is not naturally within the iMessage app. Interesting. Here's why that looks inconsistent or potentially edited. Conflicting timestamps. iMessage typically shows timestamps like today, yesterday, or a specific date. It would not say tomorrow 2027 for a message already sent or viewed. Sunday 2:55 being below, it makes no chronological sense unless it's from a different day, which contradicts tomorrow. Graphical inconsistency, etc., etc. Bottom line, these look edited. And it's very possible. First of all, you can edit messages anyways, but especially depending on what kind of text messaging app you're using, not everybody uses iMessage. So she could definitely be forging these messages, which is not it's not uncommon. We've seen this happen before. But yeah, even then, if we take these text messages at face value, that's a setup. That's a setup to try to make DDG look like some stalker.
Abusive. Yeah.
Stalker, abusive. Yeah, it still falls under the abusive, tactic, right? So this is some weirdo stuff. Said TMZ said DDG sent this text at 20:27, aka 8:27. DDG was literally live at this time on Sunday. What the F are they talking about? Exactly. I think these are forged. These are forged text messages, or these are like old messages sent and she saved it and tried to make it look like it was recent.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is
what's going on.
So basically all like they're literally looking at these timestamps, even if they're taking it at face value, they're like, bro, he was live streaming during that time. So this is what I was talking about when it came to the text messages. I'm sorry, you guys who couldn't really be able to see it, but basically they're trying to show that he's an abusive person, more AKA evidence. And it doesn't really take much quote unquote evidence, especially in the family court. It's not a real court system. Okay. DDG's mother seemingly responds to reports of him allegedly abusing Halle Bailey. So now there's a lot of streamers that are coming forward, and they're saying, and Deshae Frost said he changed his security locks because Halle Bailey is affiliated with Rock Nation. And he was coming into defense of DDG. So because he came into defense of DDG, he said, I'm changing my locks and all this stuff because Halle Bailey's affiliated with Rock Nation. And I do find that interesting because anybody affiliated with Rock Nation, I saw a woman say this earlier this today. She said, I don't trust nobody affiliated with Rock Nation at this point in time.
Wait, so what is Rock Nation like?
As a record label, music label. Jay-Z's.
Oh, no wonder.
So it's just everything we need to know. But let's hit the copy link. And people are saying that, like, people in the industry that are friends of DDG, they're saying like, yo, Halle Bailey, she's not even really setting this up. She's like, the people of like her handlers at Rock Nation are like advising her through this process. Basically, that's what they're saying.
Yeah.
So they're handling this. They said, okay, so DDG's mother comes on. She says, I don't usually comment or say anything on this internet, even with all the negativity, the lies, and hatred towards mine. However, these accusations have made me realize that I have been quiet too long. And she's going to allege, and not only her, but she's going to allege that Halle Bailey was abusive towards DDG, her physically abusive towards him, not DDG being abusive towards Halle. And I believe that. I especially nowadays, I see more women apt to put their hands on men than men being apt to put their hands on women. That's just my opinion. And the stats even show it. According to the CDC, women initiate 70 to 75% of domestic violence, of DV incidents. So obviously they don't get hurt the most. It's just that when the man finally snaps, he does the most damage. But women initiate more of the DV incidents.
Yeah, especially against other women. Like women literally put their hands on other women more than men.
Yeah, facts. So just in general, that's a great point too. Somebody she said, "Hello, Jesus, take the wheel." Let me see. Hello, Halle granted restraining order. Let me see. Let's see. Let's look for more stuff. Let's look for more stuff. What we got? Said Cassie and Diddy's no, that's not what I'm looking for. Right here. So DDG says, I'm chilling. I have no worries. Straight or layman. No. Okay, that's just a tweet from DDG saying no worries. Oh Lord. We got Soulja Boy being a simp. Oh wow, let me open this tweet up. So this
Chris want to see that. Chris want to see what it's talking about.
You see, so Soulja Boy, aka Draco, he said, "You a B-ass ninja for putting your hands on Halle, Lil Ninja. If I catch you, I'm beating the F out of you." Soulja Boy, didn't Soulja Boy get accused of SA just recently?
Yeah,
and then he came on the internet talking about they try to target all our black rich ninjas, and then here he is the next week
targeting a ninja.
These people don't know. These people don't learn their lesson. Like, remember, like it was like Antonio Brown was talking about Shannon Sharp catching a case and laughing, and then literally the next week he had two escorts accuse him of SA. Now they were clearly lying, but I'm like, bro, you got to understand what's going on. Like I said, men don't really have each other's backs when it comes to this kind of stuff, and it's really disheartening to see. But it is what it is. It is what it is. But Soulja Boy, please stop. Like, please. Holy shit, man.
I don't know why we keep throwing each other on the bus. Like, clearly the women are against us, and and it's like The Walking Dead. Like, these zombies are literally killing us, and we're killing each other for what?
Okay, so right here, Halle Bailey reportedly requests sole legal and physical custody of her son Halo. But obviously that's the play. Yeah, they say Halle Bailey reportedly requests sole legal and physical custody. In a recent court filing, Halle Bailey accused her ex and father of her son DDG of abuse. She was granted a restraining order, and now it looks like she is seeking sole legal and physical custody of her son. According to documents obtained by People magazine, Halle is looking to get sole legal and physical custody. She's also asking the judge to order that DDG not be allowed visitation with their son, but supervised visits with a professional company once a week for 6 hours while Halo is in Los Angeles. Halle is also asking the court to prevent DDG from taking their son outside the county of Los Angeles. Whoa. We told you, DDG, we told you, you got to go on the offense.
Yeah. Either go on the offense or just wash your hand of the situation.
Yeah. And when we talk about offense, we talking about Golden State Warriors offense. We talking about
fire with fire.
Taking 3 points. Open lane fast break, you take a 3. Like we talking about bombs away offense. Not that BS. We talking about bombs away offense. And if that means, hey, maybe look, Corey Holcomb says some real shit. He said, hey, maybe you gotta, if you want full custody, you gotta plant some dope. You gotta put some drugs in your girl's car.
Yeah.
Hey, but I'll say this: look, if she's playing dirty, you might want to consider your strategy. I'm not saying play dirty back, but you might want to consider how you're going about things, because she's definitely playing dirty. I know that for a fact. I know that. Yeah. So, that was funny. Somebody, you saw how somebody in the chat told academics, nah, Halle Bailey is a nice one. And academics was like, are you guys kidding me? You know, you still got a lot of normies out there that still think, you know, Halle Bailey's a good person. But this is what happens with pregnancy. You know, Mama Bear gets fully activated. She thinks she owns the child, you know, and especially if a breakup occurs, believe it or not, she actually doesn't want to see you be a good father. She does not want you in the child's life. She wants to be the sole influence in the child's life, especially if you as a man move on from her.
Yeah. She wants the leverage to call you a deadbeat.
Yeah. And even though
he doesn't love you.
And she can't really call him a deadbeat. But look what she's trying. Look at the circumstances now that she's trying to do. So now DDG is going to have limited visitation. And then this is what happened. Kids grow up.
Mm-hmm.
They don't see the father that much because it's literally court ordered that he can't see his kid. And then they're going to be like, why wasn't dad not there enough? Well, your mom literally put a court order on your dad. Right? But for some reason, mothers leave that part out of the story. And then they'll just say he wasn't there. And they intentionally kept him out, whether via the courts or via her actions. So these are the things that, you know, people like Halle Bailey won't talk about. But hopefully this is all documented. So in the future, when Halo grows of age, he could see like the efforts that his mother, you know, put in to make sure that DDG didn't get a chance to she made it as difficult as possible for DDG to see his son.
Yeah. Like it seems like women would just like ruin their children just to get back at a dude.
Yeah. It says in the documents, Halle also requested an order to prevent child abduction, as she claimed DDG has a history of abusing her, taking away or hiding their son from her, threatening to take their son and hide him, and not cooperating when it comes to co-parenting, which basically just means he was like, why do I have to ask you to see my own son? But in, you know, the year 2025, women just think it's just completely normal for a man to have to ask permission to see his own kid. You know, that's not.
But at the same time, they want them to be there.
Yeah, like that's just not normal, you know. But women don't, particularly like you talking about, especially like women in the Black community, they really think you're a deadbeat father if you don't pay child support. Like I'm talking about, you could literally be taking care of the kid, you'll have full custody, or you'll have primary custody, and you'll say, oh yeah, I don't pay child support. You're a deadbeat. I'm like, no, the kid lives with me. So if the kid is living with you, you're already paying for everything. What do you?
Yeah.
But in their mind, if you're not paying the woman money, you're a deadbeat, which is very weird logic, but it kind of shows you that, you know, just the selfish nature of the average. I'll say of the average broad, because any woman with some kind of sense of morality knows that's not right.
Yeah. Yeah.
With just any sense of morality, that's
why I always like throwing salt in the wound. I always call them, you sound like a bum. What? Like, didn't you say you're strong and independent? You're sounding like a real bum right now.
You won't. I don't even think that works. I'll just be like, that's kind of. I'll be like, damn, you put a. I wouldn't say it out loud, but you know, I'll be like, you know, one day I'll be brave enough to be like, damn, how much does your son cost? How much did how much did your daughter cost for it? Like the ransom? I'm like, damn. One day I'll be brave enough to be like, damn, you put a ransom price on your kid's head. And one day I'll be brave enough to say that, but you know, usually I just kind of avoid women that have that kind of mentality. You know, any woman that puts their father on child support, I can't really respect you as a woman. And then second of all, just because she doesn't put the son's father on child support doesn't mean she's doing a great thing. Because the ones that don't have their kid's father on child support, it's either one of a few things. One reason is the guy is literally unemployed, and he's like one of these, like he's like a real bum, so much of a bum that she's just afraid for herself to even be associated with the guy. So she's like, there's no need to do that. Or number two, the guy is really like a criminal, so much so that if she were to put him on child support, she's actually afraid for her life, so she won't do it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it ends up being the men that really need to be on child support end up never being on child support, and the guys that don't need to be put on child support end up getting victimized the most by women. And it tends to be the men that actually want to be in the kid's life. So the dudes that don't want to be in the kid's life, the women, for some reason, they actually try to cooperate more with that guy.
Yeah.
You know, because it's almost like with that guy, it's like he's like, I'm gonna take your kid away from you. He's like, well, don't threaten me with a good time, you know. And then they realize they can't leverage that over him. Then they're like, wait, you know. And it's not. And really, what that is just women usually use kids to control the father's life. But if that kid is not really a factor in the father's life, she realizes she needs to find a different way to stay in the father's life, and that means her being cooperative. You know, so that's kind of the, you know, the how do we call it, the mind-bending jujitsu that you have to do as a man when dealing with women like that. You gotta really operate at abundance at all times when it comes to not just dating but just in life. Because if DDG was just the type to be like, man, fuck that kid, I'm gonna just make another one, Halle would probably never. I bet you Halle Bailey would be defending him in public. He's a good dad. You just don't understand, you know. But that's literally what you see. Like, it'd be like the guys that'd be like, I'm like, are you sure your kids should be around this guy? You're like, no, you don't understand. He's actually you don't catch him at his moments. But really, that guy, he really means it when he said, man, F you and that kid. He really means it. But when you show that you care, she knows that she can use that, you know, against you.
Yeah.
So that's the sad part about it. That's really the sad part about it. Let me see. Halle also asked the judge to order DDG not to move with Halo unless she gives her written permission. She also doesn't want him applying for any important documents, including Halo's passport. If she permits him to travel with their son, she wants a rundown of their full travel itinerary, including copies of airline tickets, addresses, and phone numbers she can contact. Yeah, I'll say this, bro. DDG, you might as well wash your hands. If this is true.
Yeah.
Oh, my bro, that's my cousin with the comment. He said, just let it go, fam. Just let it go. Yo.
Just let it go.
my man, I've been noticing my cousin's been getting red pilled recently. I've been noticing this. Like, my cousin's been getting really red pilled for these past couple years, really. But I'll say especially this year, my cousin's been getting red pilled. I'm not gonna, because I've been seeing his comments in certain things. I'm like, I think he's finally understanding. I'm not saying he's forgiving the certain things that has happened to him in the past, but I think he's starting to see where I'm coming from. I think he's finally starting to see where I'm coming from. He said, "Just let it go, man." Like, what do you do with that? What? How is he even supposed to be a father? If this is true, if all of this is true, how can you say? How is he how is DDG the bad guy? Like, say if something really did happen between Halle Bailey, what does this have to do with him and his son? This is wild work. I hope people heard everything that I just read, what she's requesting or what she's trying to push for.
Like, he did this to me, so I'll take away his kids from him.
So how is he even supposed to see his son Halo? Can he even have an alone time with his own son?
Yeah.
How? If it's being supervised and then he got to send a list and itinerary if he wants to travel. What? That's funny, man. My cousin just having that comment is hilarious, though. You know what I mean? Like, look, just because things don't work out with you and the boyfriend does not mean you should take it out on the relationship he has with him and his son. Like, really, like the reality of the situation. I don't know how a woman can defend this, but let's look at the comments. We'll see. Somebody said, "Don't trust no girl whose eyes are that far away from each other." Facts.
Yeah.
Facts.
Looking like a goddamn beluga whale.
Yo, somebody. So you even have women on here. She said there is absolutely no reason for this. Like, girl, you did all this to control that man. Please be careful of who you procreate with. Facts. And she's going at the angle of, look, you procreated with that man. You know, at least let him be a father. But like, how is he even able to be a father? Like, like this is completely unreasonable. Somebody said, "Is she not weird to y'all?" Facts. Wow, even the women are not defending her. They're saying, "I don't care. I feel like she's not as innocent as she seems." Facts. Somebody said, "He ain't a bad father, so what's the point of all this?"
Yeah, everybody saw it. This guy refuses to be a deadbeat. Everybody saw this.
Yeah. Like DDG, like especially I'll say the black men of today, they be going out of their way to, you know, because of the, you know, the stereotype. Most of the black men, they literally go out their way to like not prove the stereotype. But, and I'll say really men in general, I've seen for the most part men, they're trying. But and not only that, they're doing way more than the men of the past. And the irony is women are saying they want men of the past to come back, which is the biggest irony of this whole thing. But
yeah. And men of the past used to like have families down the road.
Let me see. Oh, I missed a whole lot of chats. Let me see. Oh, I didn't. Oh, never mind. Oh, I see the $2 super chat from Pyro again. Shout out to you here. Let me see. Where's the sound bite at, man?
We got money, nigga. We got money, nigga.
So Pyro said, "I'm washing my hands. I don't care at this point." Yeah, like I think it's fair. Like, there's even the women in the comment section. You see all the top comments is men and women are like, bro, like, Halle, you doing too much. Like, even if something did happen between you and DDG, I didn't see none of the complaints talking about him abusing the son, him being a danger to the son. Like, this has nothing to do with the son. Like, this like the stuff that you're requesting, this is not like like, this is crazy work. Like, wait, like, you're doing too much. But I saw this coming, you know, especially when she wasn't able to convince, you know, people that DDG was wrong for taking, you know, Halo on the stream with Kai Cenat. That's when I saw that, that showed me everything I needed to know about Halle. That showed me everything I needed to know. I was like, oh, she's one of those. I was like, all right. And then she deletes the tweet and then blames it on postpartum. I was like, oh, I saw that shit coming too.
Yeah.
I'm like, she's gonna blame it on postpartum. 3, 2, 1, like right on time. Right on time.
I was stressed. The kids were stressing me out.
Somebody said, choose your baby mama wisely. Facts. But I'll say, I think this is prone to happen to any, Western raised women. They're just raised up to just, I own the kid. Everything has to come through me, Let me see. Yeah, it's literally women defending DDG on here, bro. He said this, another woman comes, she says this is all she wanted. She didn't want him posting about her or posting their son, and wanted to control how he parented and the type of relationship he'd have with their son. And so this is her play card. He openly posted about not wanting to go to the legal route with her, and she made a strategic move. Just because her image, brand, and likeness is innocent and sweet and kind doesn't mean those are her traits or her real character. And I remember there was a video that said, like, where she literally said, I might seem like this nice person, but that's not really who I am. I remember that video she made with her sister, Chloe, not too long ago.
Strange people. These American women are the worst.
I'm reading this comment, and this woman is crazy. So she's saying this. Look at this comment from this lady. She's saying, y'all can't read. She is not refusing to let DDG see Halo. She is saying that she wants to be the sole decision maker, and for him not to take be out of state without her permission. Reading is fundamental. I'm like, yes, that's crazy. What are you talking about?
If she doesn't see that means she's either a baby mama herself and want fully control.
She doesn't even see how crazy that sounds.
Yeah.
She's talking about y'all can read. No, we can read quite well.
Yeah.
This is why we have this is why everybody has a problem with this. She doesn't even she wants to be the sole decision maker, and for him not to take the baby out of state without her permission.
All she's doing is just reading. We are reading to we're reading for understanding. She's just reading at this point.
Yeah, so I guess now we're looking at the comments where you got women defending Halle now. So I'm seeing the next 3 comments, they're defending Halle. So they're saying he did something for this girl to do all of this. I'm telling you, what? Break up with her. So he deserves to literally be excommunicated from his son's life. So much so that it says all of his visits with his son has to be supervised. This is, bro. He deserves that. That's crazy work. Oh Lord!
That's
so
insane.
we have a jujitsu simp here saying,
shout out to Monosphere highlight.
Yeah, let this be a lesson for men. How you treat your child's mother matters. Just being a decent dad is not enough. Are you a good role model, a good co-parent? This dude is crazy to the motherfucker, bro. Wow. Oh man. Yeah, but I'll say this: DDG, you should have been on the offense, because a lot of dudes, because especially a lot of black men, they're really they're afraid of court. But I'll say this: as a black man, I think this is the best time for you to go to court and fight for your kid. Actually, in my opinion, especially in DDG's case, he has the money to fight.
Yeah.
Also, like for him, he could have really been on the offense, but now he's gonna have to spend more money now to fight, when he could have just went on the front end and be on the offense and already had, okay, let me pay this to this lawyer. I want to go on the offense, and then just pay that up front so he can already know where he's coming into. So she can have very limited, you know, even if she has her bullets, he went first. He went first. This is, you know, young Jeezy was able to at least save himself because he went on the offense first, you know, against Jeannie Mai. So with him, he should have went through the courts first, because Halle Bailey was like, well, I see this opening. Let me put this on this ninja. Yeah, so now the rest of the comments, yeah, so like this comment is literally split.
Well, with people agreeing and disagreeing.
Yeah, but I think the people that are agreeing with Halle Bailey, they're mentally something's wrong with them. Like
Yeah,
you know. But what can I say? What can I say? Because I'll say this: DDG, he should have went on the offense. You know, that was his fault on that case. You see.
I think he didn't get his red pill wake up call.
And like I said, there were people that warned him while he was with Halle Bailey. Blueface warned him.
Yeah.
And maybe it's because it was Blueface that warned him that he I think sometimes you know, I know the other day I said messenger matters.
Yeah.
When it comes to certain things, but look, people warned him. People warned him. Like in terms of like I remember like there's literally a video of Blueface. I remember seeing that video. I was like, yeah, don't ever take it off the table that your girl could turn into a toxic, you know, bitter baby mother. Like, don't ever take that off the table. And I remember Blueface was telling him that, like, yo, don't think that can't happen to you. And Diddy just like, nah, not my girl, bro, not my girl. That's never gonna happen. And Blueface was like, all right. Blueface, yeah, it was Blueface and his boy in the back. He was like, all right, Nick. You see, and I'll say I think Blueface is the perfect messenger, because Blueface is the type of dude, he gets bitches, so he knows what they are. He can get hoes. Like, getting hoes is not, you know, I think people see him, you know, trapped with, you know, with Krishan and that, and they're like, damn, why are you with that ugly bitch? I don't think he can give me any advice, but people don't understand, like, you know, sometimes dudes can get stuck on certain women, and at the end of the day, there's a lot of Tyrones or Chads that are paying child support to an ugly bitch. Like that's not immune to nobody. You know what I mean? But Blueface is a dude. He's had plenty of women in his life, or especially now. So he was the perfect person to tell him, like, yo, your girl can really turn on you. You know what I mean? Like, this is not something just limited to a certain type of woman. So to me, Blueface is the perfect messenger, in my opinion. But, you know, so some people, I think people are looking at him in his situation with Krishan, they think it's just a ratchet situation. No, that's it's deeper than that. It's way deeper than that. And now looking at DDG is in a worse situation than Blueface right now, in my opinion. Way worse situation, because Krishan is such a ratchet character that people will give Blueface the benefit of the doubt if he does complain about her, about certain things. But Halle Bailey can hide behind, you know, the innocence of, oh, I'm just a you know, I'm just a young girl. I'm the nice one. I don't cause any trouble. But behind the scenes, look at what she's demanding. This is the acts of an evil woman to demand these kind of things. You see, DDG's sister Okay, they say DDG's sister TT shared a post to her story. She also seemingly addressed the ongoing reports involving her brother and Halle Bailey. She says the devil is working, but God is working harder. Oh man. Hey man.
I've already
They said TT acknowledges ongoing reports about DDG and Halley Bailey.
seen the TMZ post, and I'm not gonna speak on it. So yeah.
Goodbye, man.
I've already
Okay. Let's see what else we got. Oh yeah, so this is let me see.
Man, y'all.
DDG's brother Dub gets emotional speaking on allegations involving his brother and Halle Bailey. He said, "Do you think that my brother would hit a effing movie star?" That's what I was about to say. I think she's capping with that.
I'm being honest, bro. I'm gonna be honest, and this gonna hurt my heart to say, and it's literally making me like hella emotional, bro. That's why my brother streams, bro. That's why my brother streams, because he can't see Halo how he want to, bro. That's why y'all see my brother sleep, and it's kind of like low key fucking a nigga up, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Hold on, child. I don't want to be like emotional on camera type shit. But nigga, the reason why my brother is streaming so much, bro, and y'all see this nigga on that bitch for hours, bro, is because that nigga called me and be like, bro, that shit hurt, bro. Man, y'all niggas, I'm being honest. They need both parents, bro. But them niggas is so, y'all, this internet is killing me, bro. Them niggas so goddamn powerful, bro. Them two niggas is so powerful, they don't need each other, bro. So it's just like, bro, you can manipulate any situation to be like, bro, it ain't nothing I can do, bro. It's nothing I can do to what if neither one of them can do nothing to each other because they both rich as fuck, famous as fuck, popular as fuck, and got the huge teams around them, bro. I ain't crying, bro. I'm just my eyes. So all I'm saying is bro, when y'all see these clips, bro, because a relationship ain't work, bro. Listen to me, chat. Because a relationship ain't work is why my brother ain't seeing his son, bro. And I'm gonna be honest, they need both parents, bro. Bro, you think my brother would listen? Let me say this, bro. Do you think that my brother? Do you think that my brother would hit a fucking movie star? Do you think that my brother would beat a fucking movie star? Y'all fucking serious? If they called the police, they're going on the way. Come on, bro. Do you think that Halle would hit my brother? This popular ass nigga. Do you think that they could be hitting each other, bro? No. Now, did they must have fussed and got into it? Maybe. But bro, fuck all of that, bro. At the end of the day, baby mamas and baby daddies, that shit, it don't matter, bro. It's the kid. Y'all supposed to argue on text messages, fight online, and when that kid here, come get your kid, bro. You think my brother would hit?
But I think he's doing some fence sitting himself. You gotta, homie. I know y'all afraid of Rock Nation and them people. I know. I get it. I understand. But somebody gotta be like, yo, Halle Bailey's the problem. And I'm gonna say like I said it with Meg Thee Stallion, and maybe because I don't have nothing on the line, so I guess I can say stuff like that. But Meg Thee Stallion's the problem. Halle Bailey is the problem. And like a woman said earlier that I saw, I don't trust nobody off of that Rock Nation chip. Absolutely nobody.
Chris, just nobody.
Yeah, it was a woman that said that she was like, y'all, I don't trust nobody off that Rock Nation thing. She said everybody's suspect off that thing, man. Especially because she's looking at everything that's been happening, and then especially with what happened with Tory like what happened with Tory Lanez. That was a botched hit. That was a botched hit.
Yeah.
Like, we all know that somebody behind Rock Nation or Meg Thee Stallion's team, but specifically Rock, they were behind that. That's it's clear as day. That was a botched hit. Clear as day. Clear as day. Let me see. Halle Bailey unleashed these allegations against DDG in her restraining order declaration. While filming. So she's saying one of the evidence of, not abuse, but I guess one of the things she put in her case, she said while filming in New Jersey in April, Halle alleges that she arranged for DDG's mother to pick up Halo for a visit. She continued sharing that DDG brought a one-way ticket for his mom, but demanded Halle cover the return costs. He demanded I pay the cost of the return ticket and would not book it, she wrote. So he asked you to pay your part.
Yeah. You're rich, they can't even do that.
Well, I'll say this. DDG, the streamers, on paper, it might seem like Halle Bailey is making more than DDG, but I'm pretty sure DDG is seeing more of the money. And then on top of that, Halle Bailey's a woman. So you already know she's kind of broke. So
oh yeah. It makes sense.
So DDG's probably like, don't you have money? I'll be seeing you on TV. Them actors that you be seeing or actresses on TV, a lot of them be broke, man. A lot of them be broke. Now the streamers, these new Twitch streamers or these YouTubers, they be getting paid. But particularly the Twitch, these are the people that getting money. You know, Mr. Beast, what's these people's name?
The XQC, the guy who can barely talk.
Yeah, Kai, Speed, Aiden Ross, right? These people, they're actually seeing their money now.
And that, like Asmongold and those other people.
Like, more things are being done for Halle than DDG in terms of fame, status, etc. But DDG is probably making more money than her and actually seeing way more money than her, you know. But you know, a woman like Halle Bailey, she's not gonna display herself as a bum, you know.
But all she could do is, you see, the time she's using to destroy this dude, she could put that much time into like making more money.
But like I said, when it comes to women and money, like, you know, women and money, women don't really respect, you know, money. So a lot of the time when they spending it's not, they can never really keep the money. So like, you know, when I be saying like a woman making six figures is really never enough, especially if she's living by herself. That's why even if she's making six figures, she wants a guy that's making like way more than that, because she really just wants to keep she wants to keep the six figures just all for herself. She feels like she shouldn't have to pay for her rent with the six figures salary that she's made. She doesn't feel like she should be having to pay for, you know, food with her salary. You know, she feels like that's why a woman could be making 100, like six figures, and she's still advocating for socialism. You know what I mean? Because she can't really keep that money. She feels like somebody should be paying for her. So Halle's, even as big as she is, she's still gonna feel a certain type of way if her so-called baby father is even if her baby father is what was I gonna say? Like even if like she's gonna feel a type of way that her baby father is asking her to cover her costs. So most women are gonna feel a type of way if the father of her kid is like, "Hey, can you pay this for me?" She's gonna reluctantly do it. It's not gonna feel good for her anytime that happens for most women. So
Yeah.
that's all that is. So I don't know why that's included. So somebody said, and this is why I say he baby trapped her to stay in her life. What?
Is it because he looks like a thug?
Well, women like this, let me see, simply the best K, this is, her name is, let's look at her profile real quick. Oh, Lord, this looked like a broke bitch we're portraying. So we look at her profile. It's called Simply the Best K. In her bio, it says mom / mogul in the making / author / big sis / seafood lover / bookworm / business consultant / podcaster / wife in waiting. So mom / wife in waiting. So this is a single mom. Mogul in the making means she's broke. Author, broke. Big sis. She says she's big sis. That means she just gives unsolicited advice and be in people's business. Seafood lover means this is straggle confirmed. Bookworm. She's addicted to book smut, to smut.
Same thing to the person I'm talking to.
Yeah, business consultant, please. Podcaster, please. And wife in waiting, that means she's a single mom.
Yeah, she's a single mom, or she hit the wall, so she's waiting on somebody to collect her.
Yeah, but since it says mom / wife in making, so this is not a person that you should be getting advice from, or just taking seriously in general. Like this is like, yeah, this is a former jump off of a drug dealer, like easily. It's pretty much undebatable. Pretty much undebatable at that. Oh shoot, Garrett Grant with the $20 super chat. My bad, man. I did not see that. Let me give that shout out real quick.
We got money, niggas! We got money, niggas! We got money, niggas!
Shout out to Garrett Grant with the $20. I appreciate that, man. So Garrett Grant says, Halle Bailey, Meg Thee Stallion, and Lizzo, I wouldn't trust them. Yeah. Hell.
Yeah, I wouldn't trust any of them.
Yeah, Halle Bailey, Chloe Bailey, both of those sisters, right? But Meg Thee Stallion, she's such a clear, like, with her, she's like, Meg Thee Stallion is such a liar, like a blatant liar. I don't know how she even has fans like this. Especially at least Cardi B, even though as terrible as a human being that she is, she will at times tell the truth. At times, right? Meg Thee Stallion, she just comes across not just so disingenuous as disingenuous. It's not just the disingenuous, but she's just a blatant liar. Just a straight blatant liar. I don't know how somebody can have trust for a person like a Meg Thee Stallion. There's no way. Like, especially when I saw that interview with Gayle King, I was laughing. I'm like, she's just gonna lie in front of everybody like this. Did you and Tory Lanez have sex? Huh? You bitch, you heard exactly what she said. No. No. I'm sitting there like, I'm just like, you still lying? God, I used to be like, Because I know Corey Holcomb be so mad when people be lying on his show and stuff. But like the older I get, I understand why. It's like because the person will be talking to you and just really play you like you stupid. And like you don't know that they lying. Like even like when I say things on the show, when I said, "Oh, I said this in 2022," that's why I'll go out my way to show it, because even though people have seen it countless times, I want to make sure I'm not putting cap as my foundation on my channel. You know, the foundation of this channel is not built on cap. That's why I even tell people, like, look, my channel didn't start off with this kind of content. I was doing music and then it turned into this out of nowhere. I don't know why. Well, I kind of told people why I started doing this, but I don't want to start my foundation on cap. But you know, people like Meg Thee Stallion, like, how can you trust somebody like that? She'll go on Instagram Live, capping, lying to her fans, lying to her family, lying about even like simple things where she doesn't even have to lie about it. She just be lying, just a perpetual liar. I don't even know how you can be a fan of somebody like that, like a perpetual liar. Like I started losing respect for Donnell Rawlings with the beef that he had with Corey Holcomb, because now I'm starting to look back at certain things that Donnell Rawlings has done, particularly when he went on the Joe Rogan show and Joe Rogan exposed him for being a liar, for doing certain things on Tony. Which show was it? It was Jeff Ross. He went on Jeff Ross show, acted a plum ass, left the show prematurely because he was getting booed, goes on Joe Rogan's podcast and blatantly lies about why he left. Joe Rogan was like, oh, okay. He calls Tony Hinchcliffe right on the spot. He's like, oh, so can you tell me why Donnell Rawlings, he calls him on his cap live on the show, and Donnell Rawlings still lies. And he doesn't go, man, you caught me. He doesn't do that. He just continues to lie, even when you get caught. That, I mean, bro, just to stand on the lie. Well, like, you know, the older I get, though, it's just like that frustrates me. That does frustrate me. It's like, I'm talking about you'll catch the person in the lie, and then you just give them a chance. Look, just apologize. You was in the wrong, and they just continue to still lie. You're just like, damn, you just finna stand on the lie. All right, okay. This is what you want to do, you know? It's crazy work. Absolute crazy work. Let's see. Let me see if there's any more posts with the DDG situation, but I see Kirk Franklin's whole ass. I'm not gonna put that there. Oh, just Kirk, but be like Kirk Franklin, he be doing drugs. It's clear as day. Like it's
Chris said it's clear as up there. It clear as dead.
Yeah, Kirk Franklin needs to stop whatever he's saying. He gotta stop doing that. And I know, like, because remember we did the show where we showed Kirk Franklin's mom still continued to lie about him about the paternity situation. So, you know, he's going through some things in his personal life, but Kirk Franklin got to stop, like, because I'm not saying he's the only one that does drugs, but when it's like affecting you, like when Kirk Franklin's on stage, you can tell he's on something. He's on something. You know, it's there's no doubt about it. There's definitely no doubt about it. So, right here, Lil Scrappy comes to the defense of she's so Lil Scrappy comes to the defense of DDG. He goes, "Why y'all don't be supporting the men when the women tell lies to persuade the public opinion?" So right here, a woman goes, "She didn't tell lies to the public. She told her truth to a judge." Oh Lord, what kind of logic? What kind of logic is that? Oh man. But anywho, we'll just leave that alone. We'll leave that alone. But yeah, I feel so bad for DDG a little bit, but we told him what was gonna happen. It was a lot of people that told him what was gonna happen, but he decided not to be on the offense. But let me also play this video by this content creator, because TMZ kind of didn't really tell the full story about what kind of restraining order it was. So let's let this guy tell us.
Halley Bailey did not secure a restraining order against DDG. That is not what happened. A judge in LA granted her what is called a temporary protective order, which is an entirely different thing than an actual restraining order, and doesn't take nearly as much effort, time, or standard of proof as an actual restraining order. In my extensive research was finding out just what the process of acquiring a restraining order in the state of California is like, I came across a few things that were very interesting. First of all, you can't just file for a restraining order. You have to first file for a temporary restraining order, or a temporary protective order, as it's called sometimes. And those are fairly easy to get. In fact, usually within a 24-hour period, a judge takes on your case and decides if you're deserving of a temporary protective order. And the reason I said that they're fairly easy to obtain is because, one, the person being filed against doesn't even have to be present, so they're not an actual court proceeding. And two, the judge that grants the temporary restraining order doesn't have to be convinced beyond every reasonable doubt. Clear and convincing evidence is not required for a temporary restraining order, which is, as you can see, not as strict as the proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And you can see that's the case. If you look at the pictures that TMZ apparently acquired magically in the proceedings of this entire thing, these pictures aren't proof of beyond a reasonable doubt. They're only proof that Halle Bailey somehow, some way got hurt. There's no real way to prove that DDG was the one that inflicted all that damage. And by the way, quick side note, I'm being sarcastic about TMZ because I know for a fact that Rock Nation has used TMZ as a propaganda tool multiple times in the past. If you know, you know. But we'll talk about that. Back to the main point. Now, the temporary restraining order, if it is granted by the judge, only lasts about 2 to 3 weeks, usually. And the reason it lasts only that long is because it's kind of a way to create some kind of a buffer, a separation between the two parties until a proper court hearing, where it would actually be determined with a higher standard of proof if a more permanent restraining order would be necessary going forward, which can last up to 5 years in some cases. So basically, in about 3 weeks from now, Halle has to be with DDG in court to prove to a judge that she actually does need that restraining order against DDG. And it'll be her lawyers, her defense team's job to make that case to the judge. And what do you know, after doing a little more digging, I found out that they do have a court date. It's June the 4th, which is about 3 weeks from now. So in conclusion, this whole thing is being blown way out of proportion. DDG is not in trouble at all. I'm not saying he's necessarily in a good place, but these are allegations at best. And a judge in LA granting a temporary restraining order to Halle Bailey is not proof that DDG actually did anything. Again, we have to remember there's different standards of proof and evidence in the court of law. I did some more research and found out you could get a temporary restraining order based off of hearsay. No joke. Just get a couple of your buddies to say the same thing you're saying in writing or on audio, and boom, TRO.
Yeah. So what he's talking about, what she got is very doable, by anybody, so, let me see. She went DEFCON 5. So he's talking about them though.
That Kanye.
Yeah.
With the Kanye profile.
DEFCON 5. That's crazy work. Yeah.
Did he get in trouble for saying that?
Yeah, and I'll say this, man. I don't like how Kanye West went literally. He'll literally go in. He'll talk about white people. He'll talk about what black people need to do. nothing. And then as soon as he talks about a specific group of people, all of a sudden his bank account, they don't want his they cancel his bank account. They try to take his social media from him. They try to basically take his music career from him on the spot, basically proving his point. You know, it's kind of crazy how that works. As soon as he started talking about that specific sect of people, all of a sudden, okay, let's cancel this dude. I'm like,
Anti-Semitic. Oh my God, bro, these people are powerful. Like, they're powerful.
Well, that just basically ended up proving his point, you know. So, let me see. So, academics, apparently, he's right on this case. So, apparently, they're saying DDG was helping Tory Lanez record music from prison where he would diss Rock Nation. Tory was later stabbed 14 times, and DDG lost custody of his son and now has a smear campaign against him. Do y'all see what is going on? Yeah, there's something to that. There's something to that. But I'll say this, because Halle is connected to Rock Nation. So this is, yeah, like I said, we you know, people have been warning people about, you know, Gay Z. I'm not gonna say his actual name. We're gonna say Gay Z on this channel. This is a nickname. I forgot who gave him that nickname, but we're gonna call him Gay Z on this channel.
Was he in that rainbow activity or anything?
I don't know, but we're just gonna call him that. We're just gonna call him that. We're just gonna call him that because he might as well. He might as well be. He might as well be. You know, this was a nickname given to a YouTube creator a long time ago. I don't know. I forgot what the YouTube creator's name is, but yeah, I remember this dude giving him. He would always call him Gay Z. The same way Ticket TV would always call Stephen A. Smith like Stephen A. Snitch. So that would be the same way the YouTube creator would call Mr. Camel Face Gay Z. So I don't trust that guy, you know. I definitely, I don't trust Beyonce. I don't trust Gay Z. Anybody connected to that crew, that's a gang right there. That's a gang, and you know I don't like gangs. So I would just leave it at that, right? Okay. But yeah, this is an industry attack. Definitely an industry attack. You know, let me see. But yeah, it's kind of weird, like particularly to seeing the type of black women that are going against, you know, these people. DDG and Tory Lanez specifically. A bit. I'm shocked that I'm shocked. That's what I've been saying lately. I'm shocked that I'm shocked, but it's still shocking. Even though like you see it coming, it's shocking to see their response to this. To see what's clearly like it's clear as day what's happening. DDG being set up by Halle, Tory being set up by higher powers that may be. Even if it's not Rock Nation, the music labels were not happy with Tory Lanez, you know, beating the game, you know, on his own, you know. So all of this, a lot of this stuff, forget like the relationship dynamics. A lot of this comes down to the economics of things. You know, people are trying to protect their assets, their money, and they're willing to do whatever it takes. And if it involves ruining somebody's life, smearing a fake rumor, allegation here and there, they'll the powers that be, you know, the entities that may be, they're willing to do it. You know,
it makes sense.
Yeah. Water God Zero said, "I've been calling him Gay Z." Yeah, Water God Zero said, "Gangs are stupid." Oh, did you see that video from Charles Barkley when he said, "Man, these people that be in these fraternities, like these are the." He said these people in fraternities are bums. I was laughing my ass off.
Yeah.
Oh man, let me see if I can bring that up. That was funny. Let me see, Charles Barkley. fraternities. And then they asked him, "What? Ain't your boy Michael Jordan? Ain't that your friend? He was in a fraternity too." He said, "Nah, he doesn't associate with those bums." Oh man, I think this is funnier. This is funnier than his analytics rant. I remember when Charles Barkley went in on like the people that be into analytics. That was probably the funniest one. He said analytics are a bunch of people that ain't never played a game and they never got the girls in high school and they just trying to get in the game. Come on, man. I was like, this dude, wow, reckless. And the funny part about that, one of the funniest part about that, it was like dudes next day on the shows, and they were actually upset that Charles Barkley said the part about not getting the girls in high school. And they were like, you could tell that hurted them.
They hurt. They hurt.
Yeah. And look, man, Charles Barkley, he might have a point with that when it comes to the analytics stuff, because, well, maybe I'm biased about that because analytics doesn't even work in soccer. That shit don't work. That's without context. That's not, like I remember they were trying to implement analytics to like predict which young players were the best in Europe at one point, and I saw like the list of players. I'm like, what the hell are they talking about? So it's not like, I remember like it was like a CIES football inventory, and they show like the most dangerous forwards in Europe, right? And of course they had Messi number one, obviously, because he gets goals and assists and whatnot, but they had Cristiano Ronaldo at like number 40, and they had like a bunch of like random I'm like, Cristiano Ronaldo is one of the best players of all time. How's he at 40? But because he takes a lot of shots at that time. But I'm like, bro, I'm talking this was conducted in 2015. In 2015, like that was like the beginning of Ronaldo winning like 3 Champions Leagues in a row. And then in 2016, he wins Euros for his country for the first time in his. I'm like, what the hell are these people talking about? But when you go off of just analytics and just numbers, it doesn't show the full story, So yeah, analytics is not without context. I don't think analytics is something that you should really just bank on. Without everything needs context. Everything needs context. Let me play this video though.
It begs the question. From now on, I would like to be addressed as Professor O'Neill, because when I graduate in 2 years, I will leave Alabama State. Alabama State. Shout out to Gamma Sig. I don't think you have to do the tongue thing. No, he's a Q. Yeah, I know. You wouldn't know nothing about that. No, I don't want to. I'm not going to say. I don't want to be in no fraternity. I'm not going. I'm not. Damn loser dudes getting together all the time. Oh my gosh, no, they do much more. They do great work in the community. They don't do anything everywhere. Knock it off. They do. No, they don't. I do. I'm not a member, but I did. That good you joined. No, I didn't have time, bro. No, you were busy in college. Yeah, only losers join fraternities. No, you're right. Who else is in my fraternity? I don't care who else it is. The greatest player to ever play the game. Yeah, you know the name. Who is that? Michael Jordan. Thank you. Hey, Michael ain't wasting his time with no fraternity. My ears, what are you talking about? He's a Q. Yeah, he might be, but he ain't doing nothing with the bums. Oh my God. Stop it, man. Just because you couldn't get in a fraternity. You have to have a grade point average to get in. I did. That's why you couldn't get it. 20 points for 10 rebounds. That's a great point average. I couldn't get you in. I'm sorry. Anywhere.
Yo, Charles Bark, they said you need a GPA to get in there. He said my GPA was 20 points and 10 rebounds. That's awesome. That is awesome. Like, I remember Charles Barkley had said something crazy. He said, because they were talking about what happens if you couldn't get certain grades to get on a certain Division I school, and they were all going around in a circle, and they were asking people like, what did you do to get your grades up? Oh yeah, Pyro. There's something in the background of your thing that just keeps going off. I don't know what it is. I think it's it might. You said it. You said you might have to because it's gonna make the stream sound crazy. It's making it sound crazy.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah.
And the way you said something like, "What's going on in your life?"
Oh, man.
You said something about what's going on in your life.
But that was when you were going, like you said you were going upstairs or something. Like that was different.
Yeah.
that was different. But yeah, they were going around in a circle and they were just like, oh man, like what how did you get into college? What did you do to get your grades up? And then once they went to Charles Barkley, he said, look, I averaged 20 points and 10 rebounds. I was getting into college. And he just looked straight at the camera. Just looked straight at the camera. He's like, bruh. I'm like, well, that's kind of how it works. Like people be talking about, oh yeah, you need your grades. But look, if you're good enough, they'll find a way to get you into college. If you're good enough, they'll find a way. They'll find a way. People say, oh yeah, I had to hire a tutor and I had to do this, I had to take this. Charles Barkley just straight up, he went into the camera, he kind of confessed, but didn't in a way. He's just like, look, I averaged 20 points, 10 rebounds, 10 assists. I was getting into college. He just looked straight into the camera, just I was getting it.
like you're saying, I did that, ninja.
Look, and he's basically just showing you, look, man, my grades never got better. It's they found a way to get me in there, you know. But yeah, if you're good enough, they'll find a way.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's all I got for today. I just wanted to cover those 3 stories. I didn't want to do no extra stories. I didn't want just because I knew just those 3 stories was gonna take up the whole time. So I already knew that was gonna happen.
I knew I F up your stream.
Nah, you're good. That was just towards the end. That was just towards the end. Nah, you're straight. You're good. You're good.
I can bet anybody, like, because I like to rewatch the streams, especially AJ's on your streams whenever I'm working. Yeah. So I bet when I go in the comments, like, who the F is this Pyro guy? What is going on in his house?
Nah, you're good. Like, what's it? Ticket TV. There's a lot of YouTubers. I'm talking about. They're doing it solo dolo, and you can hear everything going on in their life, like literally everything, and they still got like 40,000 subscribers. So you're straight. You're good.
Yeah.
But I remember I say you know who actually got the worst of it? Unfortunately, remember Educated Tyrone when he came on?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Mind you, his microphone was clear, but he was losing his mind during my stream, and people was commenting like, "Yo, what's good with this dude?" So nobody's really ever commented on your stuff, Pyro. So you're good in terms of if any background noise. They're probably gonna think I'm tripping. Actually,
yeah.
if any, they're probably gonna think I'm tripping. So you're straight. Nobody got more hate. I'm gonna say this: nobody got more hate than Educated Pookie when he came on my stream. Like so much so, like Educated Pookie, he apologized after. He's like, "Oh yeah, I was just out of control." So you're good.
Yeah, it's a good thing I didn't plug in my mic then.
What kind of mic do you have though?
I don't remember its name, but like it glows. It glows.
It glows.
It's like one of those basic table mics. It's not one of those expensive ones. It's just cheap, and it has a little stand. So you just put it down on the table and just plug it in your PC.
Via USB, right?
Yes.
Okay. Let me see. I'm gonna remove my stuff. We'll go to the closing part of the show because I'm done. I don't want to go because I already went over 4 hours. So
yeah,
I think people obviously they get the point. they get the point. Let me remove this. We'll go towards the end. Let's see what I can put in the background, but right now, DDG, he's gonna have to definitely he's gonna have to go on the offense. And I remember him saying that he doesn't want to do court. And I get it. Trust me, I get it. You know, especially, you know, black dudes, they don't want to, they want nothing to do with court. We get it, but this is the best time. Now is the best time to do it, in my opinion, as a black man, before it's too late, because that stigma is there, even though it's not true. If they see you coming in there to court, you're like, oh, this dude ain't coming to play. Some judges, I'm not saying most, I will say some judges will be like, oh, this is a ninja really about his business, and they will give you the benefit of the doubt for you just even showing up, because there's plenty of black men or they want nothing to do with courts, even if they're a good dad. They're just like, I want nothing to do with the courts. Can we work out a deal? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you showing up to the court, I think as a black man, this is the best time to come up to the family court and fight your kid, especially if you're a guy like DDG and you got the money. I think I'm not gonna say most judges, but I think some, at least there's a decent shot you can get a judge to look at things your way, especially if it's like a white female judge. I think you have a really decent chance to really get people on your side, especially if you got a white female judge or a white male judge. Black male judge, I'm not sure. Black female judge, you need to hope that she's going out with a dude that's going through the same thing that you're doing. If not, you're fucked. You know, so that's the only saving grace I think, you know, DDG has. Yeah, that's all he got. I'm gonna look at my channel real quick. I just gotta search.
Well, you better get this over with before it gets worse.
Yeah, like, let me see, DDG. I'm trying to look at my channel to look at all the DDG videos I've had. I'm trying to look for that specific video I did where DDG was complaining about Halle Bailey being on her nonsense. I don't think I'll be able to find it, but it's worth a look. It's worth a look.
Chris, all I have to say for you guys and the guys who are growing up right now, stay safe, because I don't know how are you gonna get, like, how are you guys going to deal with these women?
They're gonna find a, like, you know, what I know, it seems like with dudes, you know, because even though we're putting all this information out there, people are still trying to get married. Like, I didn't know. Did you see that Tim Pool, he got married? I didn't.
Wow.
Yeah. I saw that with one of Chronic's videos. I was like, so after seeing everything, after all the free information that we done put out there, you know, you know, in my opinion, like, the dudes of today, they want to get married more than the women want to get married. You know, it's everything, like, the gender roles have flipped, you know.
Yes.
So even with everything that we're saying, it looks like most dudes, they're gonna fall for it. They're gonna fall for it. So the only thing that we can do, all we can do is just warn them, just in terms of, so they don't get surprised when they get got. You know what I mean? It's like you warn the dudes before they go into a certain type of neighborhood or a certain type of country. So once they get robbed in that country, they're just like, well, I did get warned, you know. I guess that's the only comfort I guess I can take in that. Oh, damn, why didn't I let me scroll? I'm really trying to find that video. Like, I'm dead serious. Okay, here we go. They let me scroll now. Here we go.
Especially right now, most women right now are having a hard time to even finding a guy talk like in the talking stage. Because I notice most guys are saying like,
oh yeah, they're just like they're walking away.
Yeah, they're not even trying to say hi. They're not even saying hi.
Yeah, like I'll say this: the ladies, they got nobody, but themselves to blame, and they can't. And that whole, I'm not like those girls. That stuff really doesn't work. So really, what you're gonna have now are basically the really staunch, church-going conservatives that are really trying to keep this thing going, but it's really a failing. It's like it's they're trying, but it's not gonna work. It's not it's not really gonna work.
Yeah.
All they can do is shame the hoes, and the hoes they don't care about shame no more. So
yeah, especially the dudes. You know when they used to shame dudes used to care, but no, they don't even care anymore.
Yeah, I won't be able to find that video. But I think no, it's not what I think it is. No, it's not what I think it is. I covered it on a live stream. Now I remember. I covered it on a live stream, so I'm never gonna find it. I'm never gonna find it. I remember now covering specifically when DDG was complaining about Halle Halle really restricting the access. That was on a live stream. I did that show. Now I completely so I'm not gonna be able to find it. I'm not gonna be able to find that. But anyways, any last thoughts, Pyro? Diddy, Tory Lanez, DDG, take your pick.
All I love to say is like men like Tory Lanez, we should put ourselves first. Like anything happen to these women, they don't have our backs. We are screwed. Because if you look at it, this guy was protecting a woman, and like all these B-dubs and these dudes are saying, like, they literally said, well, why didn't he say anything? He's an idiot for doing this. Well, all I'm gonna say is, I agree with you. Why is he protecting these women?
It's a harsh lesson that he's to learn.
And I don't want to hear no backpedaling from, but you should protect women. Well, they want to end up like this dude who went to prison for this woman and got shanked, and then you saying people are gonna call me an idiot. Hell no.
Yeah, that's well said. That's well said. I couldn't say it any better. So you already that's ditto to that when it comes to Tory Lanez. When it comes to Diddy, yeah, he's a sick piece. He's a freak, but I think I think the reason why Cassie's not being charged with Diddy is because Cassie she's been paid off to be the double agent. That's why she was able to get money from Diddy and probably also the government as well to turn Diddy. So she's just playing her double agent role well. As it comes to Diddy and Halle, if you're listening to this, cut it out, please. Like, this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. And DDG, let's just let that be a lesson to look. Tommy Sotomayor said it best. If you're just gonna leave it up to chance, you being stupid. Either fight for full custody. I'm talking about initially. Don't leave it up to chance.
Yeah.
Fight for full custody, or just wash your hands. And you dudes out here that be asking me or other content creators, man, what's the solution? What do we do? I'm like, and then when we tell them the solution, we be saying like, look, surrogacy is looking like it looks like a really good option. No, something else. And I'll be like, oh, you want to adopt? No, something else. Well, do you want to be a stepfather? No. I'm like, well, do you want to? Okay, so what do you want to do? Well, there's got to be a way. Well,
There's
bro,
no way.
there's no way you're not avoiding this. There's no
Yeah.
way you're not avoiding the inevitable unless you completely tuck your tail in. I'm talking about
Yeah.
so much so like when you know those older white dudes that be telling you this is what you got to tell your wife. Yes, dear, you got to do that times 1,000.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If you
And
wanna-
that's gonna end eventually. Eventually, that's gonna end.
yeah, and that exactly. So take your pick, because these, especially it be these dudes, and I know these dudes, they don't. Oh, homie, if you didn't have any success with women when they were in their 20s, I'm talking about in their early 20s, high school years, in early 20s, and you haven't had, I'm talking about you haven't had a girl in that age range want to be with you in terms of they voluntarily want to be with you. If you have not had that happen in your life, stop asking me what's the solution is, because what's going to happen to you going to finally get a woman, but she's going to be like 28, 27. Oh my God, these women like me all of a sudden. No, duh. They're down. They're looking. They're like, okay, I gotta settle. I gotta find a sucker, and you fit the bill.
Yeah, the cleanup, bro.
So, bro, look, it's. I don't know who said this, but I don't know where this quote came from, but it's this. It's either you a passport bro or you a cleanup bro. That's it. That's it. So stop asking, man, what's the solution? How do I get this to work? Bro, if you didn't really make it work in your younger years, because especially when it comes to dating is really supposed to be for young people. After a certain age, it's not really dating anymore. You're really just making deals, right?
Yeah, that's
if you
about
want
it.
to make the worst deal by marrying abroad, that's like way past the stage of like there's no way if she was younger she would give you a chance. There's no way. And you know this, and you get married to her, you're going to go through this. It's probably not going to be that early, but you're going to go through this. You're going to go through this. There's no avoiding this. So that's all I had to say about that, man. Thank you guys for watching. Damn, I went way over time.
Literally 30 minutes to 5 hours.
I think the best stream I ever did was the Dr. Cheyenne Bryant one.
Yeah,
that was very structured. I had the clips ready. But that was because I was in full hater mode and I had time. So when I saw Dr. Cheyenne Bryant lie on Corey Holcomb like that on the Breakfast Club, I was like, I don't know, like I was tired that day too, but I don't know what came into me. I was like, I was like, no, she will not get away with this. So that was probably my best stream. Like I didn't go over 3 hours. Everything was structured. I had all the clips ready. I had the most viewers, I think, in that stream had the most. That was the most. I'm talking about live viewing. I think that I've had too. So, and that was a hot topic. That was a hot topic for some weird reason. For some weird reason, I don't know. But yeah, somebody in the comments said it. He said, "Bro had his Vegeta moment." I was like, no. Like I love how like Vegeta's like the way he became a Super Saiyan was because
he stopped caring.
Like he went in full hater mode because Goku became a Saiyan first. He's like, how come I can't become it? And that's how he became Super Saiyan. I think that's the funniest thing ever.
Yeah.
He became a Super Saiyan just off of pure hate. Just off of pure hate. That to me is that's kind of how that's how he got controlled by Majin.
Bobby. Yeah.
It's just off of hate. I love it. I love it. So I but Yeah, Dr. Cheyenne Brown. Yeah, she really triggered me with that because just just to blatantly lie. Talking about she schooled Corey. I was like, when was this? And plus knowing that I've seen Dr. Cheyenne Bryant's videos in the past, like in college. I was like, I'm like, I know this bitch. I know good and damn well. I was like, please. There's no. I used to see this bitch on the So What show when I was in college. I'm like, she lying her ass off. I was like, get the fuck out of here. So, that was probably my best stream. Yeah. But anyways, thank you guys for watching, man. Thank you, Pyro, for joining. Not sure when my next video is gonna come out. I'm not even gonna lie. Not sure. I'm gonna be doing some weird things this weekend in terms of entertainment. So hopefully people don't see I'll say this. There have been people out there that have been recognizing me. It's weird because apparently there's some people in Connecticut. I guess there's a way to triangulate the algorithm where people around you are finding your videos or something, but
like Facebook.
Yeah, Facebook. Some people have been sharing my videos and stuff. I'm talking about my old videos where I'm showing my face and all that. Oh man. So that's, oh yeah, I had like one woman, she shared my video. She was a single mom, and she was saying that she shared the video where I said there's no excuse for women to be single moms. And she was agreeing with me, but I'm like, damn, she put my face out there. OD. It was a shorts that I did. She shared it. But and then she had messaged me. She was like, can you talk to my son? I'm like, bro, there's nothing I can tell your son. He's gonna have to, bro, most dudes, they gonna have to knock their head for them to learn. So there's nothing I can do. You know what I mean? First of all, especially if her son is the same age as I am, there's nothing I can tell him, right? I've had a couple dudes call me for help and stuff, but even then, a lot of I remember one specific dude, a long-time subscriber, mind you. He asked me for advice on something, but he ended up basically revealing the answer. I'm like, oh, so you basically knew what the answer was the whole time. There really was no need for me.
All he needed, I think he needed confirmation, if he was crazy or anything, you say, he actually saying the same thing I'm saying, so it's not too bad.
A lot of times, it's just the confirmation. But I and also I do find it funny when people get mad at me when I say, why don't you do surrogacy? Surrogacy, to me, I am say if I had money, I would do surrogacy. If I was making over 6 figures, I would and I wanted a kid, I would definitely do surrogacy. That would be my first choice. But guys, they want to, I guess, fall in love the old-fashioned way. You know what I mean?
And lose the kid and the money.
Yeah, I'm like, yeah, lose your kids and the money the old-fashioned way too. I'm like, all right, good luck with that, man. Don't come there's too much information out here now. There's no more excuses. There's no more excuses. So from here on out, any dudes that are getting married, it's one thing if they already been a stepfather in the past, right? Or they got married in the past. But I'm talking about now. If you're taking that deal now in 2025, especially if you're a black man, bruh, now you just it's almost like I don't know how you can be a black man and be a Democrat in 2025. There's no way. There's no way.
That's what I'm saying. It's insane.
There's the stuff that you've seen on Twitter, on social media, the stuff you've heard black women say or liberal women say about black men on here. There's no way. There's no other way for you to go but to the conservative side. If there is a side that you're gonna choose, there's no way you can go left. There's absolutely no way unless if you're a frag grenade, So unless if you're that, there's no other way you can go. But yeah, that's it for today. Thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you, Pyro, for the words. Thank you for joining in on the stream.
Brother.
Let me shout out to you with the 2 super chats, the 2 $4 super chat. Well, in total, $4 super chats. Garrett Grant with a $20 super chat. Thank you for supporting the show. We will finish this off with since it's Diddy, let's end it up with these two clips here.
You know how the false prophet said, have you ever been swallowed?
I would have been swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Have you gone through a time of swallowing where everything was overwhelming and you were at your wit's end? That is my point of view.